Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BSL 20. I am joined here by the myth, the legend, Sterling.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Glad to
We
be
got
here with my buddy Ozzy. Is it Ozzy or Aussie? How do you say it?
It's technically Aussie, but I don't correct anybody on anything.
Ozzy.
So say whatever you want.
Okay, got it. Had to had to figure that out. All right, go ahead.
So yeah, we got probably a long group tonight, guys. We got 3 pairings and 1 pro toss. So we're gonna get a lot of TVTs and TVPs exclusively. So we might be in for the long haul. Our first match tonight is gonna be UltrA versus Radley. On Metropolis is gonna be their first map, and then we got SPX and RaNgeD after that. For this first game too, Radley's kind of notorious for liking his long TVTs, but he also likes to make them kind of interesting in some ways.
That's my impression of Radley also. Like, he's a very interesting player to watch. Like, he has some very curious strategies. Like, I've seen him build vessels and get a radiate in TVT and eraser STVs. Like, he'll cook up some very homebrew tech. So it'll be fun to see what he comes up with.
Yeah, he's very innovative. He comes up with a lot of things that I feel like in theory, I feel like actually can be really good. It's just maybe the execution's not always there.
Well, he tries to do really complicated, like playing with ghosts, playing with nukes. These are hard, mechanically challenging things.
Exactly.
I don't know too much about actually either of these players, so these little blurbs are kind of interesting. Radley's been playing since 2005. Believes in Artosis, which is a little bit suspect. A lot of nukes.
Yeah, I like that Ultra's favorite foreigner is himself. I can totally get behind that. I respect that. And Radley, I guess his favorite foreigner list is so long that we can't even see it. Like, not entirely sure what that is. Yeah.
Off the page. Yeah, I mean, picking yourself is kind of bold. Like, if you're not going to pick Moonrai, I think you can pick yourself.
Sure, that's fair. Very fair. Alright. Looks like we're ready to go ahead and jump into this first game here. It's going to be, like I said, on Metropolis. We're going to get Radley and Ultra. So the players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and get that started.
All right, so jumping into the game, we have Radley in the top right and UltrA in the bottom right. And Metropolis is a very interesting map for TVT, especially with these asymmetrical spawns where UltrA has easier access to that middle right base to take as his third, and he has easier access to the cliff over Radley's natural. So in the early and mid game, this spawn should be pretty favorable to UltrA, just for having like better space control and a better spot to drop. But if Radley can like secure those things, like if he can take the 3 o'clock mid left base and if he can defend his ridge, things equalize. And it's also entirely possible that Radley takes the 3 o'clock base. It's something that you see sometimes, and then that completely changes the dynamics.
Yeah, I think this 3 o'clock expansion, we'll see if there is going to be a fight over it, but I agree. Like, if Radley actually is able to secure that base, like, it is a little bit further, so it's not going to be that easy for him, obviously, but kind of whoever gets that's like a good defensive position, right? Because it just naturally is going to cut off the attack path from the opponent, whoever gets that position, and then they can still stage from that position as well. So yeah, that would be like a very strong base for either player to get hold of. Yeah, we'll see if he wants to fight over that or not. Like I mentioned before, Radley likes his really long games. He likes his ghosts, his nukes, his craziness.
So yeah, early game TVT, there's so many different ways you can open. What do you expect to see from these guys? Like, I don't know either of them too well. What type of openings do you think we're going to see?
Well, from UltrA, I'm not so sure. I don't know a whole lot about him. Like, I've watched him play very, very little, so we'll see. from what I've seen, he's like a very strong, solid player. I don't know if he's very aggressive or not, but Radley I expect to be much more passive. Pretty much in every game, I expect him to go for some sort of passive opener, probably just like a standard like Vulture 2 opener into tank, something like this. I don't think he's very aggressive.
Yeah, that's in line with what I've seen from Radley in TVT. I've seen, my sense is that he likes to do like one little piece of aggression in the opening. Could be like a 2 Vulture, 2 Marine push, or like a quick Wraith, or one little piece of interaction, and then he plays like pretty passively behind it and just builds out a macro game. So I don't expect anything like super technical from Radley, but could see a Wraith, could see a little bit of Vulture pressure. He likes to like have a couple units to play with and then just macro up behind. So we are seeing a factory from both players. Both players built their barracks in their main base.
And both pulled off a gas as well, so there's not going to be any crazy early aggression. Looks like we're just going to get that Vulture expand from both players.
And they're both scouting each other relatively similarly. Like Ultra's going to get the scout a little bit faster, but getting into the base is not that important in TVT. I mean, you can check gas count, but there are very few builds that keep all 3 SCVs on gas. The really important scout is being able to scout the natural around 330 to see if the second command center's been started.
Right.
So Ultra gets scout out, so he's able to see that, which is great. That's all he needs to see, and now he can go home and go hide on the map.
Yeah, a little bit of a slight error there from Radley, but still going to get through and see what he needs to see. As you were saying, he's going to get inside, he's going to see the Vulture making, so that's also like another thing that's kind of nice to see. You know, just that extra information of if it was an add-on first or not, right? And if he even saw, if he was watching the factory, maybe even seen that it was second Vulture before add-on, if he saw it blinking there.
Yeah, that's really, really important info. Radley is doing something kind of interesting, that he's landed his barracks at his natural, and that's not something I've seen before from any pro gamers. I wonder if this indicates he wants to do a starport play and he's keeping his barracks landed at home to make a wall. Yeah, there's the starport, and it should line up well because it looks like Ultra is going into 2 factory Vulture. And we'll see when he starts his armory.
Yeah, it looks like that was the armory coming down just then, I think. So yeah, just gonna be... I would actually turn that barracks. I thought we were about to scout the starport, but we actually turned it up right at like the last few pixels there, so he's actually not gonna see the starport initially. But we see the tank, the full wall here, so when he gets inside and he sees 1 factory at this point, he should be aware that there's something else somewhere.
Yeah, I think when he sees the wall and he sees the tank, like he'll know it's a starport, probably a single starport. And since he already has the armory on the way, like he doesn't need to adjust very much. Like he'll probably start his academy a little bit sooner just in case it's a cloak. And there's a couple different tech paths he can do. Like this is pretty favored for Ultra, mainly because he's not going to take damage and he has the information advantage. So he can go ahead and just get spider mines and mine up the map, and he'll be free to like take a third pretty quickly once he gets Goliaths out, and maybe even siege up some tanks and grab some space.
Yeah, this could easily turn into kind of an easy contain for Ultra. And yeah, the Wraith's not even going to go scout, just going to be using it for the barracks and nothing else really. So immediately shows the Wraith just on the barracks. And yeah, I guess we just wanted to play a defensive Wraith. What do you think this was for exactly?
I think he was probably intending to use the Wraith to harass, but he realized that, okay, Ultra got his barracks and he saw the wall. He'll have a Goliath in time. This Wraith isn't actually going to kill any SCVs. So he's just taking out the barracks, which actually is kind of annoying. Like, it really does slow down the 3rd, 4th, 5th factory. Like, especially if Terrans forget to remake that barracks, which can happen very easily. Very fast. third
Yeah.
from Radley. Yeah, like very, very fast.
Yeah, he was able to kind of bypass the mines here, only walked into a single mine and just kind of walked straight up here to get this third, like, on location very, very, very early. And honestly, he's not in any threat here, so he's absolutely going to get away with this, I think.
I'm curious if UltrA knows about it. Like, do you think his barracks saw the third start? Because it's
Well, he
such,
saw...
like, it's...
Yeah, he saw the units come up. Okay, we're gonna lose this rape, actually, so that's pretty painful. But he saw the units come up here with an SCV, so he might can assume. I don't know if he actually saw the CC itself, though.
And this command center, once you've got a couple of units on the high ground, it's so easy to defend because these ramps are really, really small with those mineral patches. And Radley's he's playing a very interesting style, like fast third base, 3 machine shops very quickly, so he'll be able to make a lot of tanks. Oh my gosh, what a bust. He just walks right up the ramp, doesn't care at all about the ramp, and this is a dead third, and pretty serious advantage for Radley, or for UltrA, Libertarian.
Yeah, looks like I was very, very wrong. I thought he'd be able to defend this relatively easily, but he still only had 2 tanks. Once UltrA got across the map here, I thought maybe we'd have a few more units out, so it's going to be able to break this position, and not only break this third, but also get the high ground here, which is going to further kind of close the noose here on Radley. Being closed off from this 12 o'clock spawn's kind of annoying for him.
I think this aggression was something Radley was aware of as a possibility. I think he had his Wraith out on the map, like scouting for units, but then once the Wraith died, he was in the dark, and he wasn't able to see this coming.
Yeah, exactly.
And
he just got caught off guard.
Yeah, he just snuck up that ramp. And so UltrA is grabbing the 3 o'clock base. That makes a lot of sense. That's really important territory. It's a really, really good third to secure. And he's also just very annoyingly just leaving some units at the 12 o'clock base, which is always just a bear to deal with, TBT.
Yeah, UltrA reinforcing this with tanks, making it really annoying for Radley to get up this ramp to reclaim this position. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for UltrA because he is finishing this 3 o'clock base in the meantime. We did get a dropship out for Radley's, though. He might be able to potentially get to this third base, this 3 o'clock base here with some drops or something, and maybe get on that high ground with some tanks.
Yeah, he's in a difficult spot, but his objectives are very clear. Like he has to clear the 12 o'clock so he can take his third, and then he has to use that tech advantage he has in the starport to get some counter damage done.
Oh, a little bit of a miss. Radley bleeds off a couple tanks. It's very painful. He does have a really nice tank count. But I was thinking, what do you think of, since UltrA was reinforcing this 12 o'clock nonstop, what if you just dropped a bunch of tanks here on 3 o'clock to secure that and then take that as our new third instead? Or is that too crazy?
I think it's a little bit too crazy. Just because the unit count gets so thin that if we're dropshipping units onto the third, like UltrA can, maneuver those 12 o'clock units right to Radley's natural. It's tough when like with the super fast third and the low factory count, like Radley's unit count is just a little bit low. So I'd be hesitant to try to take that 3 o'clock base.
I'm just trying to get in the mind of Radley. What crazy thing would Radley do? That's what I'm trying to think.
It's hard to get into his mind because he's like he's been in these positions and none of us have, so he's familiar with these game trees, and we'll see what he can get done. I mean, he has some tools to play with. Like he has 4 dropships. He's getting his third up like at a fairly reasonable time. Like 11-minute third is not super late.
This is 6 tanks. Yeah, this is strong. This is very strong.
This is very strong. Let's see how good the SCV pull is, because these pure siege tank drops can really backfire if the SCVs get on top of them, which they kind of are. You see quite a few
6 tanks
going down. Yeah.
Well, they're gonna have 2 left over. I mean, they're trading really well. Killed a lot of SCVs, killed a bunch of tanks and vultures now. And It is going to get cleaned up, but I feel like it traded very well at least. But yeah, I kind of like what you're saying. The pure tank drops, they're a little bit vulnerable to the SCVs, like you said, and even the vultures themselves can actually do pretty well against just a handful of tanks like that, getting on top of them and laying mines on top of them. So yeah, maybe
Yeah,
would have liked to see even like 2 vultures with those, like, you know, 1 less tank and 2 vultures can actually do much better against the SCV.
I think the trade did look pretty good for Radley, but it's a little bit deceptive because the game state, like Radley had this uh, dynamic advantage of the dropships and the threat of going everywhere, and UltrA had a pretty big economic advantage. So even though Radley traded well, he also cashed in his chip of being able to like be aggressive with that set of units, and he just traded it for some economy. But UltrA's economy is still on par or better than Radley's.
Yeah.
So like it was a good trade mathematically, but I think with the game state, I would have rather if he had gone somewhere else, like maybe behind the natural, or even into the back of the main.
Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying then. Like, yeah, it was a good trade, but in this game stay, yeah, he is a little bit contained, right? He's conceded map control. He had this potential surprise with the drops, like you're saying, basically, and didn't quite get as much as he maybe could have. So we're gonna wrap around with these tanks, but kind of what you're alluding to is, you know, UltrA is now fully aware that these drop chips are out on the map, so he can kind of prepare for it. But I like plays like this. This is one of the things I really like about drop chip play, is you can use them even if you don't have map control to secure corner bases and actually continue expanding despite being unable to move out on the map.
Yeah, I really like this decision. I was kind of expecting him to go be aggressive with these chips, but I think just continuing to expand is going to give him a better chance of coming back in this game. On paper, he's in a lot of trouble here. Like he's kind of done the Radley thing of being a little bit passive and not fighting for space in the center of the map. Some of that was a function of just the openings and the Wraith that wasn't too effective and the fast third base that died. But some of it's that he's just dropship. He's ferrying all of his units to like the perimeter, and he's not even trying to take space in the center. And I'm a Terran player. To me, that center space is incredibly important, and when I don't have it, I feel really far behind. So
Right.
I'm liking UltrA's position.
Well, and see, that's where you and Radley differ, I think. See, Radley looks at this and he's like, UltrA's got the center. There's so many angles I can nuke the middle from, so this is perfect.
He can just rain nukes everywhere. And I did see Radley build a science facility. I'm not sure we have any silos yet, but I did see a science facility, which is always pretty cool to see.
Yeah, UltrA is spotting a weakness here in the kind of the armor here of Radley and just pushing straight up the front. Radley not really prepared for this. You know, he got all these tanks securing top left, didn't really think about UltrA just coming straight up the middle like this. So UltrA gonna get a great position, siege a bunch of these SCVs, kill a bunch of these tanks, and yeah, we're gonna have to abandon our natural now and being trapped on our ramp. Like, we have basically no room to move now as Radley.
How this is looking tough. This game is reminding me a lot of an ASL game between, I think it was Speed and Royal or Speed and Sharp, where Speed just like put all his units together in the same spot and walked straight into the other Terran's natural.
Yeah, this was very good by UltrA just to identify that there weren't enough units here to stop them from coming in. So, and yeah, I mean, you hear a lot of that as scans going down constantly. We're going to hear a lot of scans today, guys, in these TVTs especially. And it's exactly looking for that, looking for some sort of weakness somewhere. And UltrA, yeah, did a great job of identifying that and getting another good position and a good trade. I mean, he's up 40 supply right now, taking his 4th base.
Yep. I think he's playing like very intelligently, very patiently. He's not trying to push up the ramp. He realizes, okay, if I just hold this, prevent him from mining this gas and this natural expansion, I have this game secured. I'll just drop a couple bases, I'll macro back up, I'll add some production, and should be an unlosable game. Especially if he doesn't take any undue risks.
Yeah, Radley at least does a decent job of using the high ground here to pick off a couple of these tanks. Going to try to slowly move forward and maybe catch him when he's not getting vision up there, so he can get a good siege on this. But I'm a little bit worried that 12 o'clock spawn now, because of this being cut off and a little bit harder to reinforce. Yeah, I was going to say Ultra might realize that and can push into this because there's only 3 tanks up here, but it is a hard ramp to push up.
It is, but also very hard for Radley to reinforce. It looks like he has some Wraith, at least a couple, and he's adding some starports top left, but looks like this base is going to go down too, so Radley's kind of playing the refugee Terran style of just floating command centers around, taking defensive positions where he can, and just trying to claw back into this game. I mean, to me it feels like game 1 in a series is really, really important because it sets the tempo. And when you lose, it really shakes your confidence. When you win, you're emboldened. It feels like it opens up the playbook. You can do anything in game 2.
Yeah. Yeah, Radley at least dislodges here in the front, but does lose his 12 o'clock in the meantime. So, I mean, we're going to retake this natural, but we lost a much more important base than this natural. Well, I mean, the natural obviously also important because we want the room to breathe, but resource-wise, it's a little bit less important. But we do have the top left bases now, but it's going to be very hard, I feel like, from here for Radley to kind of secure any more bases. Ultra's slowly kind of tightening the noose on Radley as he continues to expand across the map. And I love this. I love going Wraith when you have map control. I think this is something Terran should do more often.
Agreed. Terrific choice. Terrific choice. Just teching into Wraith, because the 2 ways that Radley can create some counterplay are Wraith himself or drops. And so if Ultra just techs into a big Wraith fleet, he'll be able to deal with either one of those. Is that a barrack spinning? Okay, he's making Marines in the top left.
Marines for the bunker.
Very creative play. Like, we're filling up a bunker at 18 minutes in TVT. This is just only something that you come up with as a homebrew. And that's something I really like about Radley, is that he brews up his own strategy, his own style. You can see that he's not just cookie cutter copying from replays, copying professional Korean Terrans. He's just thinking about the game and coming up with his own interesting tech.
Yeah. I may not necessarily agree with the idea of, oh, we're at 18 minutes and he's got 0-2 mech on Marines, but I at least like the creativity behind it, if nothing else. Ultra gonna push into this, but this is really well fortified.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it's terrible. I mean, we shouldn't be filling a bunker with Marines. That being said, it's very fun to watch and very entertaining. Yeah, and Ultra's just playing the cleanup game now. I mean, he knows he's got this game in the bag. He can just torture a little bit and just exert his power over the map. He's got control over every remaining base on the map. Radley's on, I believe, 3 mining bases. If his main is mined out.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra, this was kind of one of those moments of, I'm so far ahead that any trade is fine, as long as you don't overdo it, obviously, so it wasn't a good fight for Ultra, but he's out-mining Radley by so much that it ends up being fine. He gets to clean up all those Wraith as well, come in with these Wraiths, start picking off some SCVs. And these Goliath even got to be a little bit careful because they're just outside of range of those tanks down below.
What are your thoughts when you're competing? What are your thoughts on, like, staying in games and battling out from a deficit versus throwing in the towel and going into the next game? What do you like to do when you're behind in a game?
It kind of depends. Like, I think. Oh my god, that mine. We'll get back to that. Radley is going to bust out here into these tanks, getting a pretty mediocre trade in the meantime. Just barely avoids like massive mine hits, but he is getting out, and we're kind of pushing towards this middle, so we might be able to deny a little bit of a base. That being said, we're so far behind on economy that even denying one base and trading it for, oh my god,
those are mine. But Azzy, these are the first units that Radley has had in the center of the map in nearly 21 minutes. I'm very proud of him for getting out in the middle. The units
That's
didn't
true.
survive long, but he got out into the middle.
Yeah, he did kind of make it there. That is true. It's the little victories, right? This huge Wraith fleet from... I mean, we're almost on 2 control groups of Wraith right now. We do have 2 Valkyries here, though, I think. Or was it 3? Yeah, 3 Valkyrie, which will just about one volley all those Wraith.
Yeah.
Yeah, Radley's starving out here, though.
Yeah, okay, we got another eBay coming down. Maybe that's a replacement eBay. Maybe that is for infantry upgrades.
Could be for
You never know.
upgrades.
I mean, Radley will play with Go. kind of his trademark unit, as I understand.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm sure Radley even knows what the breakpoints are. Probably against mech, he's like, if I have +3 attack on my Ghost, then my Ghost will actually kill a tank with 1 less shot. So he probably knows these kind of things, I'm sure. There's probably some breakpoints against the BCs as well.
You know he's got that down. I mean, I think Radley has more experience with Ghosts than probably any other Terran player on Earth.
Yeah.
So we're seeing some trading, you know, it's like it's a little bit inefficient for UltrA, but any trade is a good trade, and Radley decides to tap out GGWP. UltrA takes the first game pretty convincingly. I mean, he just walked up that ramp fearlessly, took out that pretty greedy third, and from there on out, it was a fairly one-sided game.
Yeah, the opening from UltrA, or really from Radley, didn't really get a whole lot done for him. I don't entirely know what the single Wraith, like the single defensive Wraith, was kind of meant to be for, but he tries to transition into a quick third, and yeah, UltrA just kind of had the tempo from the beginning to end this game. It felt like Radley really never got a chance to do much. He had that one good drop, but like you said, it wasn't really enough in that game state.
Yeah, like I wonder if he had brought like 4 tanks and 4 vultures instead of 6 tanks, if he actually could have denied that 3 o'clock base, and then gotten into some of the sort of strategic plays that you were raising of like actually taking that base for himself.
Yeah,
the game could have looked a little bit different, because like he did use those drop ships to continue expanding, but it ended up spreading him a little bit too thin, and UltrA just busted through the front. Which
yeah,
happens,
I almost
you know.
wonder if Radley could have been... Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that TBT, you feel invincible sometimes when you have a few siege tanks in a spot, because you know categorically like they can't efficiently attack this. But you also have to be really on the ball with recollecting your army if you do get attacked. I think in the Korean TBT pro scene, the meta right now is to have very thin tank lines that stretch very, very far, but you just have to very quickly like unsiege and come together if somebody does push you.
Right.
And Radley wasn't quite able to do that just because his 12 o'clock base was a little cut off, and those units top left were so far away. But good effort, you know.
Yeah,
he tried.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing I was thinking. Even if he had seen it coming a little bit sooner, like he didn't really have the best map vision for it, so I don't even know if he spotted it coming. But even if he had seen it coming a little bit sooner, he didn't really have units because he was spreading himself so thin so quickly with all the tanks in top left as well. That because you know we had 3 tanks at 12 and we had like 6 tanks or something top left, so he just was spread really, really thin. I don't even know that he had much to really bring back to defend at that point.
Yeah, and you know, to that point, like he was in such a tough position from being so far behind in the opening, but he clearly came to this game with a plan. Like he went fast expansion, starport Wraith, very fast third base, very fast third machine shop. So he's pumping out tanks. So we'll see. He'll probably has something prepped for Deja Vu, and I expect something quite a bit different.
Yeah. All right, guys, it looks like the players have started the game. Second game here is going to be on Deja Vu.
Oh, Deja Vu is a violent TBT map. It is such a fun TBT map. Go ahead and do the intros. Who do we have in the top left?
Spawning here in the top left, we have Radley not quite getting to play the game that he wanted to play last game. We'll see if he gets to get anything done this game. And spawning here in the bottom right, his opposition, getting the tempo advantage in game 1 and keeping it going, we have UltrA.
So, Ozzy, you're dealt into a TBT on Deja Vu. How are you opening? What openings do you like? Are you CC first guy? Are you playing Mass Vulture? Are you playing with Wraith? What do you like?
I mean, the way I play TVT is probably not the best. It doesn't even matter for the map for me. I just play my own style, I guess. I like, so there's two things I kind of like on this map, but one of them is 1-1-1. I think 1-1-1 is actually really good on this map. You have so much ground on the bottom, like below the ramp, outside of their natural to make your bunkers if you want to push like that, right? And then if you get like a good enough trade or something, you can easily turn it into a high ground contain as well. So it can be a 1-1-1 where you don't even have to necessarily end the game, you just get an advantage and you can easily turn it into a contain. That being said, Radley, I don't think we're going to see that out of him, right? We expect the passive style. But it's not impossible for UltrA maybe, but I feel like with how well that first game went for him, just playing standard, he's just gonna do more of the same.
Yeah, that's in line with my predictions. Like, I could see Radley opening sort of offbeat 1-1-1, maybe something with Cloak, something a little bit more defensive. I think UltrA, we're probably gonna, like, he's got to be feeling pretty confident. We're probably gonna see Vac expand into 2 Factory with a few Vultures, a few tanks, a few Goliaths, like just something middle of the road. I imagine UltrA is feeling like, okay, if I don't die early, I should be in good shape, especially after that game 1 went so well.
And this map, if you do get map control early on, which is one of the other things I kind of like on this map is to go, I like 3-fact Vulture, to kind of turn it into a contain potentially. You know, the whole 3-fact Vulture, get mines out on the field and turn it into the triple add-on tank, contain on high ground, this kind of thing. Depending on what they do, of course. But contains on this map are just really strong because you just have this huge high ground outside of their natural that can keep them out of their third as well very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. It's devastating if you get contained on the high ground. The game becomes like extremely hard to come back. It's doable, but you have to be really, really scrappy, and there's not much room for error. See Radley scouting the middle. He scouted top right. Now he's going to go see a couple Marines on the ramp. They're both floating out their Raxes, and looks like we're going to see a couple of command centers go down. I'm curious to see what the first divergence between their builds is going to be.
Yeah, Radley this time is flying his barracks actually across the map this time instead of going defensive, so we probably won't see that fast starport, I assume. I mean, it's still possible, of course, but without going for the wall, it makes it, less obvious, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that's a good choice from Radley to steer away from that build. Like, on Metropolis, you can get away with having a smaller ground force early with the high grounds that you have and the ramps, but on this map, like, it's so devastating if you get contained. Like, you really need a fighting force that can contest the middle of the map. And Starport, like, especially with an expansion, isn't so conducive to actually having a fighting army on the ground.
This is interesting from Radley. I don't know if this is a mistake or not, but we haven't changed the trajectory of our barracks yet. It's just going straight down to the bottom left for some reason.
I'm glad you spotted that, and I do think this is probably a mistake. This happens to all of us Terran players, is you're scouting one way with your SCV, you scout the other way with your barracks, and you just forget to re-rally the barracks.
Yeah. It could be a bad trade for here for Radley. UltrA kind of missing the chance to chase that down and kill it, though, so at least his Vulture is going to get away. But yeah, the reason I mentioned the barracks the way it did is because his camera actually looked at the barracks, and then he just kept it going, so he seemed to be happy with where it was going for whatever reason. We'll see. Maybe he just doesn't even care what UltrA is doing. He's going to do what he's doing regardless, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's that is in line with Radley's style. He is more
Yeah.
of a Goldfish style of player where he likes to have a mapped out strategy that he's going to play, and it's not super reactive and based on scouting, but it's more of like, I have a game plan, I'm confident in it, and I'm going to come out and execute it. So this game, it looks like he wants to make a bunch of vultures, which I think is a terrific choice. Looks like Ultra is doing the same thing.
Yeah, he's doing the Vulture into quicker kind of Goliath, so he's going to show 3-fact Vulture and then go into Goliath. I actually like this iteration that Radley is doing. I started doing it kind of recently myself, where I'll open 3-fact Vulture, and if I identify they're doing it, but we're going second add-on, so that's kind of interesting.
That is very surprising.
Yeah.
I'm I'm kind of struggling to justify a second add-on here.
Yeah.
He's on 1 gas. He hasn't really been mining it. It's going to be very hard to efficiently use 2 add-ons.
I guess this is just for double tank, and then Vulture, I guess, or Goliath. I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit odd.
Like, he wasn't... his first machine shop wasn't spinning, so this does give him access to, like, research 2 upgrades at the same time. Like, if he wants to get Mines and Siege, or Siege and Goliath range. I'm just a little worried about the inefficiency of it against a player like UltrA. And UltrA is doing a slightly more conventional, like, 1 add-on. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
A little bit of lag here from Ultra. Yeah, looks like he might just be gone. We did lose the camera as well, so looks like we have lost our internet here as Ultra. And I'm not sure how the ruling on this goes from here, because nothing's really happened, so I wouldn't even say anyone's necessarily favored at this moment. Yeah, it may just be a remake. Ultra's camera is back at least, but all right. Well, I think we're gonna get a remake on that one, guys. Definitely not a position where we could say anybody was for sure winning or anything like that. Plus, it was Ultra that disconnected as well. So, yeah, I think we're just gonna get a remake on this game. Which, yeah, I actually was kind of curious to see that one play out. I really wanted to see where Radley was going with this double add-on. I guess it was gonna be a bunch of tanks. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure either. We'll see if he does the same thing in the rematch. I think Ultra was in like a 60-40 position, like a slight advantage just because of a better build and a more active unit comp, but yeah, nothing concrete.
All right, so yeah, well, that's getting remade. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think Ultra, he was gonna get. I feel like we had a bunch of mines probably gonna be coming down, right? I don't know if he. I guess he went speed first though, because it does look like it was gonna be 3-5 Vulture from Radley, so probably a speed opener is gonna be in the mines. But we did have the scanners coming down for Radley, so I don't know. It's hard to say for sure, but I do agree. I feel like it was slightly favored for Ultra in that situation.
So if you were going into this game like as Radley's coach, what would you suggest? What build would you suggest for him, or like what angle of attack would you suggest for beating Ultra?
Yeah. So here's the problem with that hypothetical.
Yeah.
I don't think Radley does anything standard, so nothing I tell Radley to do would work for him. Looks like the players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and get this remake going. So we're going to hop back into game 2 here from the beginning.
Here we go. We've got game 2, Terran versus Terran. We have Ultra against Radley. Ultra took the first game pretty convincingly, snowballing off of an early advantage, and we're going to see how Radley battles back. We have Radley in the top left, very creative Terran, a lot of unique strategies. And in the bottom left, the red Terran, we have UltrA, who's somebody I don't know very well, but from the games we've seen today, he seems like very mechanically sound. Seems like he has a good feel for like positioning and when to be aggressive, and um, like he's able to identify like some things that are happening in the fog of war
Yep.
and take advantage of those things, which is a very important skill set in TVT, which is just a really chess-style positional matchup.
Yeah, for sure. All right, slight change in spawns here. Radley's still the same, but UltrA going from crawl spawn to bottom left. So this actually does change the dynamic of TVT quite a bit as well. By a lot, actually.
It does, like, especially the dynamics with like the early game unit comps changes. Like tanks get a lot stronger relative to vultures when you compare like vertical spawns to cross map spawns. If you go too vulture heavy early, you can be really susceptible to early tank pushes. And Radley feels a little bit more like a tank guy.
Yeah.
So maybe this plays out in his favor. Both players just building barracks in their main. And looks like we're going to see similar factory openings.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the same opening as before, so far anyway. Of course, we'll see. It's really once that first factory comes down is kind of when we start to see what the very early game plan is going to be, at least. But yeah, like you were saying, I think Radley definitely seems like a tank kind of guy. I don't think we're going to use any change in spawn to be any sort of aggressive or anything with our tanks. It's just going to be better defensive tanks, I guess, for Radley. I mean, maybe he'll surprise me. That's just what I'm expecting.
And we're seeing the same exact scouting pattern from both players as the previous game on Deja Vu, where Radley scouted mid again and he's going top right, and UltrA is scouting vertically. So a small advantage for UltrA, but it's not too significant. Like there isn't much useful info you can get with your early SCV. Like it's nice to know where your opponent is. It's nice to rule out CC first. But I would say like getting the first scout in TVT is like less than 1% of an advantage.
All right, Radley, I'm seeing some odd things with this gas already. First of all, he made a mistake. One of his SCVs wasn't mining, so he was a little bit late getting his 100 gas, but ironically, UltrA didn't have the minerals to make his factory, so it ended up being about the exact same timing anyway. But Radley's staying onto gas, so this is already indicating some sort of aggression potentially. Whether it's going to be starport or...
Yeah, it could. There's a few very scary things that this can be. When your opponent continues to mine gas, like it's a very scary thing. You have to worry about 2-port, 1-port, 2-fac. And it looks like Radley is going 2-factory, which is a super dangerous build. Ooh, it did get scouted. That hurts.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say it's kind of interesting. He just drops it right in UltrA's face. Like, does not care that UltrA sees this at all. And then, yeah, we're gonna get armory behind it. So that's the part that he wanted to hide. I figured there was some reason when he wanted to show that 2-fac right away. So it's gonna be the 2-fac Goliath, and UltrA gonna respond with his own second factory. Actually, I like that. It's not what I would have done, but UltrA obviously a lot better than me, so I can see it.
It's a very safe option, and it shows that he has a lot of confidence. Like
exactly,
he doesn't want to like get into a very asymmetrical situation. He's just like, all right, I want a bunch of units, so I'm safe. For Radley's build, I don't often see the armory paired with an early machine shop.
Yeah, that's the unique part. I
Like,
thought maybe
sure
we would show the machine shop and then cancel it or something like that, right? We're going second add-on. I don't understand. What's the armory for?
Yeah, like this, it's close to a couple of different like good streamlined builds. Like there is a decent 3-tank push in TVT that can win. Usually you don't get Goliath with it,
right?
But I do see ideas here. You know, he wants to make tanks and siege up the high ground and be safe against Wraith. So he has a plan. But UltrA has lots of units himself, and he's getting mines on the map, so he'll have no problem defending his high ground pod. So we're going to see some trading here, and probably it will end up about neutral. And I expect both players to drop expansions.
That mine drag's the most he could have hoped for with that tank. So it was like UltrA did a great job corralling it into a corner there, and then yeah, Radley at least getting a mine dragon, killing those units. So decent for him in that sense. But yeah, all these mines coming down gonna contain Radley here on the high ground. If he tries to go up this ramp, he's insane.
Yeah, this is tough. Like vultures with speed and mines are much stronger than tanks and glides at this stage of the game.
Right.
So Radley's just at a bit of a unit comp disadvantage. And this is where we're seeing, like, you know, UltrA made that decision to drop the second factory, and it's ending up being really, really effective. By seeing that Radley opened 2 factory, he didn't have to worry about Wraith openers. So he was able to just go vultures with speed and mines. And usually the weakness of that is Wraith.
Yeah. That's a really interesting way of responding. So he saw the 2-fact, and his decision was to go mass vulture, right? To kind of guarantee map control and defense at the same time. And I guess kind of what you mentioned, I guess it was double add-on for tanks, and the armory was purely for just in case he goes Wraith, huh? But these vultures are gonna get in here and start killing a bunch of SCVs. Radley falling very far behind in supply already too, which vultures are very supply efficient. But yeah, this is really bad for Radley.
Yeah, we do see the tanks trying to put on some counter pressure. There are some mines that can be very dangerous. Radley did get this was his plan. His plan from the opening was siege up tanks on my opponent's high ground, defend them with a Wraith. So he's getting to his spot. Does he have enough units? Looks like probably not.
Yeah, great pick there from UltrA, and Radley just gonna go NGG, and UltrA gonna take this 2-0-0 very cleanly.
Yeah, very well played series from UltrA, and gotta give the tip of the hat to Radley for a creative and decisive build choice in game 2 on Deja Vu. Like, didn't end up working. UltrA had really good scouting and a good counter build, but Radley went for something like you don't see very often, and very creative and very strong. It just didn't quite pan out.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to watch. UltrA, there's kind of a niche opener there from Radley, and UltrA having a really a cool response. I actually really like this response. I've never seen it before, but I definitely see the logic there.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've never seen that response to 2-fact either. So UltrA showing he has a lot of experience in this matchup. Like the early game TVT can be dicey, and it's like can be pretty razor's edge. But he clearly knows what he's doing. So very, very nicely done by UltrA.
Yeah. So UltrA going to take that win, move on to the winner's match. It's going to be on Death Valley, and he's going to play against the winner of SPX and RaNgeD, which is up next. They're going to be playing on Metropolis. No, I'm good.
I'm good to go. Honestly, I just want to get it. I'm so excited for this match, RaNgeD against SPX, that I'm ready to just hop in. I just want to see these guys battle.
Yeah. This is going to be a hard game for RaNgeD, I think, but as you guys may have picked up on already, RaNgeD, a good friend of myself and Sterling. And you see there, RaNgeD favorite foreigner. I'm on the list yet again, which is understandable. I am one of the coolest foreigners out there for sure.
Yeah, you're up there with Moonrai. You know, Keen is a pretty cool guy. There's a lot of cool foreigners. We got a pretty cool scene here. Nice little cult StarCraft scene. A lot of cool people in it. RaNgeD, definitely one of those people. SPX, I don't know him personally, but I've been very impressed with the games I've seen him play. I've seen him have some really nice comebacks. which is really a tough thing to do in Broodwar. So he's got tenacity, he's got fight, he's got grit. I think he'll be a tough opponent for RaNgeD.
Apparently, he has guitar skills as well, which is pretty cool.
Guitar skills. Ah.
This is interesting too. RaNgeD apparently started at age 12 on the 64. I could not imagine that being my introduction to StarCraft.
And sticking with it and continuing with it after starting
And enjoying it, yeah, that's
four.
exactly.
Did you have an N64 growing up, Ozzy?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I had everything growing up. I was a total nerd since I was a child.
All right, top 3 N64 games.
Top 3? Well, for me, Mario 64, of course, has to be.
Yep.
Man, I'd have to think about that. I played so many different ones, and I can't even think of too many off the top of my head right now.
Okay, contenders are got to be Zelda: Ocarina of Time, GoldenEye, Cruisin' USA, which is like not a good game, but it's a classic. And Mario 64. I mean, you know, a lot of people really like Donkey Kong, but I don't know. I never played it.
I didn't like it. Yeah, I didn't like it that much.
But that's where RaNgeD started, man. StarCraft on N64. Wow.
SPX's other games is LLM. What is... I feel like I've heard of this before. What is LLM?
I am not familiar with it. LLM.
Interesting. We'll have to look that up later and see about that. It looks like our players are talking about getting their camera set up right now. Let's see. Advice for new players with RaNgeD. We got watch every replay and dissect. SPX, losing is fun. He's lying to you. It's not fun, but I respect what he's going for here. I see the I see what the game is here.
Yeah, losing is a bit miserable, but you know, different outlooks for different folks. I kind of do respect it. Have fun when you lose.
Well, I'll say this: if you can convince a new player that losing is enjoyable, then they will absolutely love StarCraft. So, I think this is a 200 IQ advice right here.
Yeah, you got to be ready to lose if you're a new player getting into StarCraft, because most of the scene has been around for a while. Favorite Koreans? We got JYJ from SPX. Very fun Terran player to watch. From RaNgeD, Rich, Ruin, and Sky. 3 very solid Protosses.
Alright, looks like our players are ready, so we're going to hop into the first game here on Metropolis of RaNgeD versus SPX. Alright, starting us off, spawning here in the bottom left. The lumberjack-looking man, RaNgeD, the family man.
And in the bottom right, we've got Mr. SPX.
All right. Well, I'm excited. I hope RaNgeD can perform. I'm going to try not to be too biased, but I'm not going to hide the fact that RaNgeD is one of my good friends. So definitely rooting for him here. But that being said, I'll be happy just to see good games of StarCraft regardless.
And I think we are going to see good games. Like, I've practiced with RaNgeD on this map, and he plays like a really strong shuttle style. It's like a solid macro, shuttle-based, gateway-based style. Likes to take a lot of bases, likes to tech into carriers.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see some of that.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of shuttle style from RaNgeD today. That's definitely his comfort zone. He's been practicing and trying some new things with me, or with a lot of people, and we kind of been going over a lot of stuff together, but I think he hasn't been able to, practice as much as he wanted, right? So, and typically when that happens, if you're not like really comfortable doing a lot of different things, you're just going to default back to your comfort zone. So I think we're going to see a lot of shuttle style from RaNgeD here, which is a good default. Like, don't get me wrong. I think this is a very strong style.
It is. It's just, it is mechanically demanding, and that's a tall order when, like, somebody's got a family, they've got kids, they have a full-time job, you know, like, it's hard to keep up stay on top of the practice. And Broodwar is a game that can be very frustrating when you're out of practice because, like, your brain wants to do all these things, but your hands can't quite keep up. But I've got faith in RaNgeD. Like, he's old school, he has a good head on his shoulders, he has a lot of experience. When I think of RaNgeD, I think of him as a player that has good builds, a very strategic mindset. Like, he's kind of like the Terran of Protoss, where he plays like very steady, very fundamental.
He will cheese too, though.
Yeah, he can mix it up. You know, he'll mix in his DT openers, DT drops, 2 base carrier. Like, he has pretty good range. No pun intended there. We'll just see what he's gonna pull out.
Yeah, speaking of which, and I think we're gonna see it here, he does really like these rangeless expand builds. He does it almost exclusively.
Yeah, it's a good build, very safe. It's a build that's very consistent too. Like, you're never gonna end up super ahead, super behind.
He is going to start it here because of the eBay block, though. I think this is a reasonable response. Kind of annoying to get first scouted like this when he wants to go for a 21 Nexus. But gonna at least quickly get this. So, like, the SU didn't get much HP on it, so it's not that bad at the end of the day. Did we make an extra pylon? Or are we going 24 Nexus? It is going to be just 24 Nexus, yeah. That's fine.
It looks like a pretty solid response. Just pull a couple probes, take out the eBay. Like, he didn't make any drastic alterations to his build. Sometimes you'll see Protosses overreact and, like, drop a Robo and kind of...
We're going to see an FD, by the way.
Ooh, an FD. Kind of a interesting build, a little bit outdated. I think it's a very... what's the word? Dubious build these days.
Yeah.
With what Protosses are capable of with Dragoons. You can stutter step micro backwards, chip down the Marines, and if the FD doesn't get anything done, Terran's command centers is like pretty significantly behind. Especially if they go for the 4 depot variant.
The interesting part about this is that RaNgeD wanted to go 21 Nexus, and then SPX forced him to go range first, and then FD'd him. I think that's pretty interesting. I expect we're going to see a shield battery coming down behind this from RaNgeD. He doesn't believe in, like, the wall-off response. And he's going to have range as well, right? So, yeah, there's the shield battery. We're going to have 3 goons. We're going to have range. So he should be able to chip away at this. It's just a little bit tough sometimes with the micro. That's a lot of Marines here.
Yep, a lot of Marines and 2 SCVs. The shield battery, I think, is like the standard theoretical response to this, so RaNgeD should have the tools he needs. Pulling probes, which is great, not overcommitting with them. Like, this is very difficult micro for both players. Seems like things are going slightly in favor of Protoss. But it's early. This could develop a lot of different ways. You know, if SPX finishes that bunker and he gets siege mode, this becomes very, very difficult to break out of efficiently.
Yeah, well, it's only going to be 1 tank, and we got 3-gate Robo. He didn't miss out on the Observer timing, so the Observer is going to be out at a decent time. And he's going to have, what, like 6-7 goons when he wants to push out into this. So I think the Siege will finish before he's, like, actually through this or anything. But yeah, so there's Siege now. It's a little bit annoying for sure, but he will be able to bust out of this. So as long as he's on top of pro production, I think it's fine. We do see that Nexus hiding a little bit, which concerns me a little bit. I think just being taxed on the multitask here some.
I absolutely love this choice from RaNgeD to just take some damage and push out and deal with this contain before a second tank arrives.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turns out a second tank wasn't on the way, but it often is. So taking care of this early before the contain gets worse is great. And I have to say, advantage ranged. He defended that very, very well, and he has a decent eco lead. He's gonna have good scouting info, and SPX is in kind of a miserable position as a Terran, where you're vulnerable to quite a few different things. You're behind on economy. You can't really threaten a follow-up push or any sort of tech play. So Protoss is playing with map hacks for a little while, and certainly the game's not over by any means, but very comfortable position for ranged and kind of a tough position for SPX.
I think we were right-clicked on one of our Dragoons there, so they weren't firing. A little bit of a mistake from range. Unfortunate, because SPX made a mistake not resetting his rally and doesn't get punished for it. But yeah, kind of what you're saying, like, this is such a big tempo advantage for range at the moment. He has map control, he's got his 3-gate goon up, he's going into Reaver, and there's no real threat coming out of SPX for a while, so range has at least a few minutes here to kind of do whatever he wants.
And he's prioritizing pro production. He's adding the Robo, which I think is a really good choice on this map. The strength of the Reaver is like it does like 2 or 3 different things for you that are really important on this map. Like you can delay the Terran's third, you can harass the natural, and you can also harass the main. I suppose that's true. Those things are true on any map, every map, but specifically on this map, the natural has a lot more space, and the third is up a high ground. So we see some vulture play, which is, it's good. Good for Terran to do some vulture play.
Yeah, what distracted range if nothing else, so it's gonna kind of knock ranged a little bit off, right? Get him off his game a little bit, and he even got, during that distraction, lost a goon or two, it looked like, in the front there, that kind of got left behind, so... I mean, SPX getting some value with these vultures for sure. And just being out on the map also just helps him be a little bit more comfortable, because right now he knows that range at least isn't sitting in his front.
So the next thing I'm curious to look for is, like, the armory timing and the factory timing. Like, is SPX gonna go up to 5 factories, 6 factories? Is he gonna,
So we got
take
our
his
answer.
third?
We are,
yeah, so he's going up
factor.
to a 6. Okay.
Yep.
So it could be a 2-base pressure. It's also perfectly reasonable to go up to 6 factories and just take your third on location at like 11:30, 12 minutes. It's perfectly fine. I think that's actually becoming more popular in the pro scene recently. It's just having a higher factory count, a higher unit count, and not actually doing a timing.
Yeah, one thing that
we'll see
SPX has done really well is, because of the, like, pulling ranged around and getting some map vision here and map control, the Reavers are not, like, it's very hard for a range to come out here comfortably with his Reaver as early as he wanted to. And looks like we're gonna get a little bit of a Zealot bomb here, just get some damage on that one tank. I'm gonna fly across. He has the Reaver here, so this is actually kind of nice because it's making SPX focus on this instead of the push, right? So just buying himself some time and getting some more rallies. Oh, unfortunately losing that Reaver though, which takes a lot of power out of this defense here from range. And supply, also very scary for range.
Well, at this point, ranged has one job, and that is to make a ton of units and deal with this push. I think when you see the floating buildings, like, it kind of indicates this is going to be a dedicated 2-base timing attack.
Unfortunate. That mine almost hit hitting, but not quite.
Ooh, yeah. Like, this is starting to get a little dicey. Range lost the Reaver. SPX is pushing, like, very slowly, very solidly. He's not overextending. Second shuttle out for range. I'm a little bit anxious about those mines behind Range's army. They're like a little bit behind, a little bit north. And those, yeah, looks like they're gonna detonate.
Yeah, there's just 3 goons to that. Very, very painful. And the Reaver's getting no value on this push either. He does have one more Reaver and a shuttle right now, but he hasn't been able to shoot at these tanks at all. SPX being very, very patient with this push, just trying to be as efficient as possible and take his time here.
All things said, I think RaNgeD is still in a reasonable spot. Like, if he defends this push, he'll have a game-winning advantage. So he can just keep his units back, buy as much time as possible to like fill up those shuttles. Okay, here he goes. He's diving in, unloading the shuttles. He has a great arc. He's walking in with a Reaver.
Reaver did not get a shot off, I think.
Yeah, I hope both of those shuttles were able to fully unload. Goon's getting on top of the tanks, but all the Protoss is falling.
Yeah. Yeah, SPX is going to clean this bust attempt up from range. Getting a little bit more value out of this Reaver at least, but it is very low at the moment. Picks off a couple more Vultures, which is nice, and then we can reload these shuttles, which we're going to see, and maybe go back to bombing. But SPX's supply closed the gap. He was down about 20-ish supply or so, and now it's relatively even. I think we're sending an STV towards the 3 o'clock spawn as well to maybe take this expansion while we're getting this push. So even if he doesn't kill him from here, I mean, he's gotten a lot of value out of it, if nothing else.
Yep. I think if RaNgeD could go back, he would probably choose to wait longer before engaging, and just, you want to like buy as much time as you can and only like fight when Terran is actually threatening something, like threatening your probe lines, threatening a base. He still does have those shuttles.
Yeah, SPX doing a good job of immediately targeting that Reaver when it dropped out there, so not getting... I mean, RaNgeD has barely been able to get any shots with these Reavers, and it's really starting to add up.
Yeah. I'd like to see him, like, switch into some Templar tech, like he does have the archives. Like, Psystorm DT could be good, but those are long upgrades. You know, it takes a while to get DTs.
Alright, well, DT's at least going to finally help clean this up, so he is going to protect this base at least. And there still wasn't a third CC started for SPX. So this is like the first good moment that RaNgeD's had, but I mean, we've lost like, what, 4 or 5 Reavers without shooting, basically, at this point.
The game is in the balance. SPX, like, stretched a little bit thin, he bled off some units, but he still does have this, like, very forward position. Do you know if you can build any turrets in this area? I don't think so.
I want to say there's a couple, but I'm not even super confident about that. Like, maybe they're like where Zero was showing to the right of those SCVs, but it's very not much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the SCVs can still support out there with repair, and hey, having sieged up tanks is pretty strong. They've got long range, and they deal a lot of damage.
That's very true.
They're good units.
A lot of Goliath got added in here too, so it's gonna make those shuttles a little bit harder. We're going for this kind of panic fourth base, but I think this is kind of the best RaNgeD can hope for. Like, he definitely can't try to expand, I think, further top left right now. And yeah, as SPX is pushing to these other bases, RaNgeD is gonna try and bust through here. So he is gonna actually break this position now and get his army out on the field, which is nice.
This is fantastic. This is just what RaNgeD needed. Just to get through that contain, get his army into some space where he can be mobile, he can threaten, he can surround. I really like the gateway he built at his third, so he can just pump out DTs, force out scans. SPX is getting his third up and sending some SCVs over there, so he'll be able to transition out of this 6-pack.
Yeah, this cannon's about to go down though, and it's going to expose all these probes. So RaNgeD kind of pushing through the middle here, but SPX reinforcing it, being able to push this back. And yeah, these probes are going to go down, and now it starts to hurt a lot for RaNgeD. We were so close to actually deflecting this without taking any economic damage, but yeah, now it's happening. He does at least have this other third that finished, but that just puts us even on bases with Terran, which is typically never good for Protoss.
Typically not good, and just he was able to save some of those probes, so if he can get them around to his 6 o'clock base, that'll be important for his economy.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few units over there, so he can break it. I think he's overestimating how much is left behind.
On the left-hand side?
Yeah, it's just 2 tanks and like
Yeah.
just a few units over here. All right, we're gonna go for a big kind of counterattack here on the natural with these 3 shuttles. And I guess it's just all builds, 2 Templar. Gonna go for a little bit of a storm here. Gonna kill a few SCVs, not a whole lot, but at least creating some chaos in the meantime.
Yep, when everything is like difficult, finding something proactive to do and causing some problems for your opponent is a good approach. So I kind of like this from RaNgeD. He's like, all right, I'm gonna lose the mid left base, but I can at least cause some counter damage.
Yeah, and it just throws SPX off a little bit, right? Like I said, didn't get a whole lot of damage, and unfortunately he basically bombed a mined out base. I'd like to have seen that go to 3. I think 3 relatively undefended. Yeah, but the part that's concerning me is just how low our eco is range. We have this push coming here to the 6 o'clock spawn. RaNgeD is going to lose a bunch more probes to these tanks and vultures. Is going to clean it up at least. And maybe he'll have a small window to counter push, but man, SPX's supply just isn't going down.
It's not. He's playing a strong macro game. He's grabbing that top right natural as well, so he's continuing to expand. And if you get up 3.5, 4 bases as Terran, you get to make unlimited units. Whereas Protoss is on 3 bases.
Alright, killing a lot of SCVs here though, and we finally see SPX dropping down a little bit below range, so he's down about 30 supply at the moment. RaNgeD doing a good job of creating chaos, if nothing else. But man, he really needs to get his own 4th base going. It's just, you know, where can he take it? He needs to clean this up on the left side, I think, to retake a 4th.
I'm glad to see that he's able to like strut his stuff a little bit, even though this game is like he's in a very tough spot because of all the damage he's taken. But I really like the shuttle play and the activity. He's carving out some space for himself, buying himself some time to like get his economy going, rebuild an army. It looks like he's even pulling ahead in supply.
Yeah, he's done enough damage. SPX's SCV count looks really low, and we have another 4 shuttles coming out here. SPX is going to keep harassing here at 6 o'clock with his vultures, being really annoying. But we're going to see these 4 shuttles are going, it looks like the 3 o'clock again. It's really unfortunate he doesn't know about this other exposed base, but at least going to catch these units if nothing else. Clean up a few more SCVs maybe. Actually, SCVs are too tanky, man. Not a single one went down to the storms.
Well, he's damaging them for later storms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he probably thinks this is the only base from SPX, so he's maybe underestimating his position, which he is getting into a decent position, right? But we're about to be down to 1 base money.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Like, I think, like you said, like he doesn't know about that top right base, and it's hard to expect a base to be up there, especially with how chaotic this game has been and how scrappy. Like, SPX found a way to drop 400 minerals up there, and he's got SCVs mining. So that absolutely could be the difference maker in this game, because RaNgeD expects the game state to be, you know, fairly even, but SPX actually has a pretty strong economy.
Yeah, looks like this base is going to pay dividends, because if that were being denied, I actually would hate SPX's position, but as it stands right now, he's going to outlast RaNgeD. A good pickup on these High Templar to save them at least from the Vulture snipes. And we are retaking the 9 o'clock base finally.
Very good. I mean, RaNgeD is doing the things he needs to do. He's counterattacking, he's rebuilding.
Oh, there are a lot of mines. Oh
no,
mines. Not like this.
Oh no, the goon! Oh, not like this. Azzy to hacking, what are we seeing here? Oh no, the mine Spider-Man starts to eat, man.
As some of our Polish friends would say, 75. The mine's getting insane value there. RaNgeD went from being in a position that I really feel like it was very winnable to losing way too many units to these mines, and it's going to be extremely difficult now to claw our way back.
It is, but I'll tell you this has been a fantastic game of StarCraft.
Absolutely.
Scrappy fighting. Both players have had lots of like difficult decisions to make. Both
Let's see a
players have
storm drop here.
sustained a lot of damage. Ooh, storm drop. Storm drops are a great way for Protoss to like swing the game back in their favor. You can kill so many SCVs so quickly.
Yeah, was a good pull there from SPX. They only lost a few SCVs, and again, like range just doesn't know about this base on the right side. It's completely exposed. Like there's nothing defending it at all. There's not even anything to spot if the army comes around that way. So SPX just kind of stuck it in there and basically hoped that range wouldn't notice, and it was definitely paying off.
Yeah, like if range just had like 6 carriers up there denying that base, I think he'd be in a great position.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't just make 6 carriers during this.
It could have been good, right? Like some proxy stargates, some carriers, deny those bases. Even without, he's keeping this game pretty close. Like you never want to be behind Terran in supply or in mining bases. But he's doing what he can. It's hard to fight in games when you lose like tons of units to spider mines.
Yeah, another Hyped bar there kind of bleeds off for free. And SPX is retaking this position and kind of slow pushing here. He's been very kind of just consistently pushing out with these like relatively small forces. Oh, nice reposition the Zealot actually get those vultures instead. I like that.
Yeah, I like these pushes. Like they're keeping a little bit of pressure on ranged and some map presence, and that's probably why ranged hasn't scouted the top right base. I think when Terran is like really hunkered down, it's kind of more in your mind to like, oh, okay, I'll just go scout the map and take a look top right and make sure there's up there.
I think that's exactly what's happening, and we see another base coming down here at 12. Like SPX just expanding while taking these aggressive positions, and it's exactly what you're saying, right? When you have a Terran that's like pushing aggressively into you like this the entire time, you're not thinking about the mass expanding behind it while they're pushing you.
This is an important nexus that ranged really needs. That tank position is really good. They're able to shell the nexus. It's very hard for Protoss to get down that ramp, so he has to rely on shuttle bombs. But there's Goliath, there's a vessel.
Yeah, and he lost a lot of probes during that too. Range now down about 30 supply. And it's just hard to see how Range can get back into this. Like he's so broke and starved and constantly being leaned on. It's hard for him to get these extra bases up during this fighting. Especially because he's just kind of been at a tempo disadvantage almost the entire game.
He has. He's been like forced to play reactively, like for most of this game. Like he's done a couple of things with shuttles, but SPX has been putting on a ton of pressure and just staying in his face, like attacking his bases and taking out his bases. Just really throws off range like game flow and plan and his usual style of having map control and being the active player.
This was an odd push from SPX. Almost a little bit of a donation. Another storm drop coming down here at 3 o'clock. Gonna kill a bunch of these SCVs now, actually. But suddenly, supply kind of even. Is just really unfortunate that range doesn't know about these expansions to be punishing those. But yeah, that was an odd push. XPX, he just unsieged and A-moved, thinking he was the Protoss player, and Range got a really good fight because of that.
Sometimes you just try to end the game, man, and it's never the right decision as Terran in StarCraft to try to end the game.
Yeah.
So, as you said, it was a bit of a donation, but, you know, he's still in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good moment for Range, but so far, not enough. I'm gonna try and fight here, but there's so many vultures with these mines and tanks. I think we're getting close to the quitting point here for Range. You know, that expansion got denied, this fight's going really poorly, so I expect we're gonna see a GG here in a moment. Yeah, and there it is. SPX going to take this first game. Very chaotic, crazy, active first game.
GG, phenomenal game. I'm going to quickly restart Discord just because I'm lagging a bit, but I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I'm actually getting the lag too. Alright, guys. A little bit unfortunate. RaNgeD definitely had some moments. I liked his position a lot of the game. He did a great job calling himself back into the game with these shuttle play. But unfortunately, just one really, really bad fight in the game that was so scrappy. I mean, normally, right, in the normal game state, a bad fight like that's not necessarily game ending for Protoss, but because of the game state, because we had taken so much damage and we were just really scrapping by with what little we could get, it just had to be basically flawless from RaNgeD. So, well played by SPX. Good aggression. I like the constant pushing and expanding behind it. Definitely threw RaNgeD off a little bit. Made it hard for him to keep up with the growth of SPX. Looks like our second game is going to be here on Polestar, which is interesting that RaNgeD would pick Polestar because I personally really like this map as Terran. But looks like our players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and jump into game 2 here. All right, spawning in the top right, winning our first game on Metropolis, we have SPX. And his opponent, spawning in the top left, we have RaNgeD. Almost clawing his way back, but not quite pulling it off. Hopefully he can stabilize a little bit here and not let that game affect him too much. See if he can still play his game.
Absolutely. I mean, and that was a hell of a game. I think both players played very well.
Yeah, it was a great game.
I love seeing shuttle style. I love the activity from RaNgeD. Really well executed 6-fac from SPX. And he just did such a good job like contesting map control, which is often really hard to do in TVP because in the early game and the mid game, Protoss typically has a stronger standing army.
Yeah. It was interesting. That might be the slowest, maybe the slowest isn't the right word, the most patient 6-fac I've ever seen before.
It's a good way to do it. You just leapfrog, you go super slow, you just reinforce, take a really annoying position, and force the Protoss to attack into you. I like it.
Yeah, he moved in a way, and his targeting and stuff was really well. But he moved in a way where RaNgeD could not get any value out of those Reavers. It was just constant, very slow leapfrogging with his siege tanks, and even though he didn't have like any Goliath, the shuttles just could not get any value against that push. So really well executed by SPX.
And like, come to think of it, when you're rusty at StarCraft, unit micro is like, it's one of the last things you get back when you're de-rusting.
Yeah.
And we did see RaNgeD like lose a couple of Reavers in ways where he probably, typically wouldn't if he's really sharp and really on top of his game. And that makes a pretty huge difference dealing with a 6-fac.
Yeah, absolutely.
This game, RaNgeD went for a gateway right on his ramp, so I wonder if he was expecting a Rax expand and he wanted to be able to get a quick Zealot across the map.
Yeah, he opens Zealot.
Okay.
And it's going to be 2 Zealot. At least 2 Zealot, could be more, but it's going to be at least 2 Zealots here. A typical 14 Zealot comes out after Core, so because we won Zealot before Core, that means he is planning on 2 or 3 Zealots. I think he likes to do 3 Zealots in Tagoon, so he's definitely going to be leaning on SPX here in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and I think this is a good choice. I find in tournaments, Zealots are like very, very popular. Protoss can win the game. They can't really lose the game.
Yeah.
And Terrans can be nervous and like you just make a couple micro mistakes and you can take a ton of damage. So it's a safe choice. It's an aggressive choice. In theory,
Yeah.
SPX should come out a little bit ahead. He's got a good SimCity. He'll be able to get a quick filter out.
Yeah, this is actually going pretty poorly for RaNgeD. And SPX did something that completely threw RaNgeD off. he had the SEV blocking the ramp, so that RaNgeD had to go back and manually target the SEV with his Zealot to get it to move out of the way. And when he did that, he forgot to resend the Zealot because he was trying to micro at the same time. So this actually bought SPX a ton of time. So the second Zealot is so late at this point that he's not even going to send it, because you would expect a Vulture, but SPX is actually going for add-on instead of Vulture. Are we going to FD into this? That seems kind of crazy if you know there's already Zealots out.
I think this is actually a very good choice.
Yeah?
Like in my game tree with Factory Expand, if my opponent goes 2 Zealot and they don't deal any damage, I really like to FD, just because their goon count is lower, and you can really punish a Protoss for building those early Zealots. But he also doesn't have to play an aggressive FD. Like, you can also just build 5 Marines, a tank, and use them to mines out on the map. So we'll see how aggro he is. Wow, just moving across with pure Marine.
Yeah, well, the thing is RaNgeD did not go for the typical Nexus time. He actually continued units defensively, so he ended up going up to a 30 Nexus, so he's going to have 2 goons with these 2 Zealots. And even left one behind, smartly enough, so that SPX with this Vulture and Biden not going to be able to get anything. His mines are done already, though, so RaNgeD needs to be a little bit careful with these units out on the map. He does at least see the mine there, so not going to get cut off and going to get back home with this at least. And SPX...
It's so important to see each spider mine. Like, when you know where they are, you can snipe them down, you can avoid them, and there's really only going to be 6. This is typically an opener that just has 2 Vultures. SPX really going for it here. 2 Vultures, 6 Marines, 2 SCVs. So he's really trying to plant some forward mines to put pressure on this base. RaNgeD microing extremely well, not taking damage on any of those Dragoons, and he knows where those mines are, so he can just wait for Observer, stay calm, clear everything out, and what did Baron accomplish?
Yeah, this is a great start for RaNgeD so far. That CC is unbelievably late as well. The Nexus timing compared to that CC is fantastic for RaNgeD, so once he gets his Observers out, he's going to be in such a good position.
Do you think that this was a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors scenario where SPX was trying to punish a faster Nexus that he expected, and RaNgeD made the decision not to play greedy and to play very safe, and ended up going ahead? Okay.
Yeah, because
it feels like something went wrong there for SPX. Like, something didn't go as planned.
I think SPX assumed, because the 2 Zealots went home, that... And I would have done the same, to be honest with you. I would have expected 2 Zealots and then a goon into Nexus. I would have never expected him to continue goon production before Nexus. So, I don't know if RaNgeD maybe identified very quickly what SPX was going for. I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know if he saw something that hinted that this was coming. But it ended up being a great situation for RaNgeD.
Yeah, and I think this is RaNgeD's typical style. We actually both learned the game together, 2008, 2009, we had the same coach, and the way that we were taught to play was play safe against everything, and think about what can kill you, what can pressure you, and just be safe. And even if you don't have quite as strong of an economy, if you're alive, you can come back and win the game. So I kind of respect the choice from RaNgeD to not take the super greedy Nexus and just make sure he has enough to defend. And it worked out in his favor. I wouldn't say he's super far ahead, maybe 55-45, but we've got a game to play here. Got an armory finished for SPX, second add-on coming up. 3 turret, maybe 4 turret.
Yeah, we'll see if this Reaver can get some value. Does have several tanks out, right? Like you said, he's got his turrets out and stuff. So there's definitely not an opening here for RaNgeD to get inside. So hopefully he's going to see that and turn around. And actually, good move with the shuttle to make sure we're not taking any shots for no reason before we confirm that there's turrets there.
And I'm curious which base Protoss is going to take for his third. There's a couple of options. He can take the mid-left base. He can take his third natural, which is around 11 o'clock.
I think that'd be insane. I'd like first. I'd like to see him take the 9 o'clock. I think expanding towards Terran is always spooky.
Yeah, it is. This is an interesting map. It can be a very difficult map for Terran, in my opinion, in TVP, because of the low ground to high ground pods in the middle. Oh my gosh, we have a push happening. Pure Dragoon.
Incredibly aggressive.
So many tanks. This is aggressive. Aggressive range.
He he dropped a couple zealots and a reaver in the main to pull some tanks back and then went for the front. I think it was kind of underestimating how many units SPX had, but does at least kill 2 tanks, so it's not like a complete disaster. I would even say that it's kind of even, surprisingly. Just trading, what, 4 or 5 guns for 2 tanks really isn't that bad for Protoss.
Yeah,
I would say in this situation it's not great,
good.
but it's okay.
It's not good. It's okay. You do get 2 tanks. It's a lot of goons. Those goons are important. And I kind of sense that SPX might be gearing up for a push. He got his second shot pretty early, and his tank count is pretty good, even though he lost 2. He does have comsats, so I expect him to make a reactive decision based on what he scouts. So far, like, he knows that there's Reaver Tech. He knows that the third base is not super fast for Protoss. So with those scouting signals, if I'm Terran, I'm thinking I'm just going to take my third base and hunker down. But SPX looks like he has different ideas. He wants to get on this high ground pod before RaNgeD can completely control it. And he gets up, he sieges up.
This is really scary for SPX, actually. These Reaver's going to drop on top of these tanks, get some huge shots, and clean up a bunch of these tanks. One Reaver does go down, but I mean, we've lost so many tanks now, only 3 tanks remaining. We still have 1 Reaver left as well. The Goon's trying to shoot through these mines and vultures, but another nice Reaver shot from those tanks are going to back up now, but this was a great trade from RaNgeD. I was about to say I really didn't like that RaNgeD let him up on the high ground, but he ended up taking a pretty good fight anyway.
Those were just
we don't have Goliath range.
Terrific Reaver shots. Yeah, Goliath range is such an important upgrade here for sniping those shuttles. Yeah. It's an interesting choice to take the high ground. I feel like there's 2 reasons to do that as Terran. 1, if you want to expand to 12 o'clock, and 2, if you're simply trying to push and kill your opponent. It looks like that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I think we're just aggressively pushing here.
On paper, as I understand the game, this probably shouldn't work with the Nexus timing for RaNgeD's third and with his Reaver Tech. That being said, it's difficult. Protoss has to execute very well with those Reavers, has to get good angles, and right now we're seeing some of the weakness, like that you mentioned about taking this 11 o'clock base, is that it's
such a short push distance for SPX. And yeah, RaNgeD is going to abandon it and go back to the 9 o'clock. I think in this position it's actually a fine thing to do. He did end up conceding the high ground, so trying to fight up the high ground. He has so many goons right now, so trying to push into the high ground with all of his goons would be pretty ill-advised.
Absolutely. What do you think about RaNgeD like taking his army and looping it around? Do you think that's a viable option, or does he need to hold that ground defensively?
I think it's hard to say. I wouldn't hate it, but I think at this point, because that position is already so fortified, just let it go. He's going to go for this triple shuttle drop in the main, but there's a lot of mines set up here and defensive units and everything, so this might go poorly. The Reaver actually comes out first, which is less than ideal. Huge mine hit on all those zealots as well. So yeah, this is not going very well for RaNgeD, not getting a lot of value. Only got 1 tank, 1 vulture so far. For possibly every shuttle actually going to go down here.
Yeah, this is tough. I feel like in this matchup, like, these shuttle bombs are terrific if you have the game under control. But if Terran is out on the map, they become like very committal, very all in, and it's more of like an all in counterattack than it is harassment. So I think RaNgeD is getting himself into a pretty tough position. That's a nice siege up timing. Gonna have some dead goons here. Gonna have some dead shuttles. Storm coming out, that can turn the tides. That's a very good storm onto 4 siege tanks. So those will be pretty softened up. But there's a lot of them, and there's SCVs to repair, and there's vultures.
Almost killing all these tanks, but killing
Yeah.
no tanks.
Not a lot of Protoss left. Unfortunately for our good friend RaNgeD. And I'm not hiding my bias. I want RaNgeD to advance out of this group.
Okay, GG. SPX going to take this 2-0. Not really super surprising. SPX, in my opinion, probably the strongest player in this group. I mean, UltrA also very strong, but RaNgeD gave him a good fight at least, especially on Metropolis there. And SPX, I really like the decision. He defended that drop super well. He knew that the earlier fight had gone really well for him. Or I guess it didn't go really well for him, but he knew his position was strong. And after he killed all those units, he felt like he should just unsiege and go. So it ended up being the right call. Closes the game out. Going to take that 2-0 over RaNgeD.
Yep, great series. I think, like you said, SPX played like very, very good StarCraft. He kept control over the games, like just by being aggressive and being out on the map, and that's something that not a lot of Terrans do in this matchup. Like, I mean, there are 2-base all-in builds, but he played them so patiently and just a little bit differently than you often see in this matchup. And I think it may have like thrown RaNgeD out of his comfort zone, and he wasn't quite sure whether he should be trying to bust through the front, trying to counterattack behind. Yeah, very, very nice games from SPX.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to take about a 7-minute break here before we hop into our next TVT.
I also need a break just because my stream started to lag so badly, so I'm going to restart.
I've been having issues too, to be fair.
Okay.
Hasn't taken his own third, but okay, here we go. He sees. Now Max absolutely has his own local third base. The arbiter for now, but I always think Protoss should just plan to go carry. What? It worked too. Man, I don't know what I'm talking about. He actually got through the pylon wall with that. I've never seen that.
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
All right, guys, welcome back. Looks like our players are just about ready here. We're gonna hop into game one of SPX versus UltrA, and I'm very excited for this one. It's gonna be two very strong Terran players in this TVT.
I'm excited too. Also, they're playing on a very unique map of Death Valley, which it's just a very tricky map. A lot of the cookie cutter TVT openings on other maps don't really work on Death Valley because the structure of the map is just so different. Having like ground map control is not nearly as important as having air control and having dropship tech, and the base layout is really unique.
Yeah, I think sorry about that. Our host is having to restart his StarCraft, so we'll just need a minute here. But yeah, I think for Death Valley, I feel like drop play is extremely powerful in this map because there's so many positions you can get into from drops that are like really good for like just securing like general map control, like a lot of like high grounds and stuff out on the map that also can like reach some expansions and things like that. So I feel like dropships, it definitely leans into dropship play, I think.
I absolutely agree with you. I will add a caveat that a lot of the high ground pods are not as useful as they look like because they don't actually like connect with bases, strangely. Like those three main central pods, like you can control those with siege tanks and TVT, and it like doesn't do that much for you, and strangely.
Yeah.
But broadly, I completely agree that dropships are extremely strong on this map. And just figuring out what bases you want to take is like big question. All right, we're hopping on game 1 of UltrA against SPX. This is the winners match. Both of these players played very clean series in the first round. So I'm excited for some high-level TVT. We've got UltrA in the bottom right, the red Terran. Okay, take it away, Ozzy.
Spawning in the bottom right, we have UltrA, the winner of the first series, against Radley, and in the top left we have SPX winning the second against RaNgeD.
Yeah, they both played very well, and they're both players that like clearly are preparing for their games and going into these games with plans. So curious what we're gonna see here. I feel like there's a lot of different ways to play Death Valley. I would expect people to be most comfortable playing kind of like aggressive, decisive builds, like 1-1-1, something like that, where like you have a strong set of units and a very clear goal with them.
You would like 1-1-1 on this map?
I do, yeah.
Interesting. What's the explain that to me? Because in my head, like I hear that, I'm like, if I got 1-1-1, I would just expand to the other side of it and like control whatever high ground that they're pushing into.
Yes, and as a 1-1-1 player, I'm actually totally okay with that. I'm not gonna expect to win the game with the push, but I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna be safe. I'm not gonna die to anything. I'm going to like have the opportunity to like kill a couple of simulators and control the island portion of the map. And I'm just not sure what else you want to really open with. Like, I don't really want to open with a bunch of vultures. You know, Wraith openings in TVT, personally, I'm never a big fan of. I just feel like Wraiths don't do a whole lot. They don't deal a lot of damage to ground units. We do see both players opening gas. Where's that barracks from UltrA? Is that in his main? I think it is.
Yes, it's just on the outside there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. They got me thinking about it. What would I want to open if not 1-1-1? Because that's true. Like 3-5 Vulture feels like really mediocre. And yeah, I don't like 2-4 Wraith either. So yeah, I guess now that you kind of got me thinking about it, like what else would I open if not that?
Yeah, like there's some other interesting sort of lesser used tech Terran openings, like you can open Goliath Drop, like 2 factory starport with Goliath Drop. There's a old school Korean player named Matok who does that a bunch, and it's like surprisingly a robust build. Like you can expand behind it and you have like decent tech, and yeah, it does things. So like I can see something like that on a map like this. Curious to see what these players come up with. UltrA's hiding an SCV in the corner of SPX's main. That could be a very helpful scout.
Yeah, everything looking normal so far. It looks like they're just going to do a Vulture expand on the same side of the map. When I played this map, I did go 13 CC. It just felt like a good map for 13 CC.
Yeah, it really does. That build gives you so much flexibility, like into the mid game. Like you can build into any unit comp. So we're seeing 2 vultures from UltrA, 2 vultures from SPX. So both players playing pretty safe. And so far we're seeing symmetrical builds with just lots of vultures. Haven't seen a second factory from UltrA yet.
Yeah. Yeah, what did his resources go into if not the Ultra? Did he just make... He didn't make extra vultures either. I think the second factory just came down now. But SPX is going to get a good trade here. Going to kill a vulture and a marine and lose nothing.
Yep,
So, small win there.
Yeah, 'cause it's also like just a very important for him to pull that vulture back and repair it. Otherwise, he's not going to retain that advantage. Sneaky scout from UltrA. He's going to get to see that command center, and he saw 3 vultures. So if I see this as Terran, I'm thinking, okay, I am very safe to like pull guys off gas, just get vulture speed, make a bunch of factories, and I don't need Goliath. I don't need to worry about Wraith or tanks. I can just make like as many vultures as I can and try to control these like high ground pods.
Is this going to be a push with Goliath? We made so many vultures with no add-on into armory. What is he planning on pushing, or is this defensive vultures into Goliath?
It looks like he's doing. I think this is like the terror build where you go like vulture into Goliath into Starport, and he's going to do a Goliath drop.
Neither player getting an add-on, by the way.
Yeah, which is interesting, and as I process it, it really does check out. Like vulture speed, not a critical upgrade here. Spider mines, not critical. Early siege tanks are very committal, and so just not building add-ons and sticking to like a mobile, versatile force. And I'm a big fan of this starport from SPX. I think this build is.
You think this will be a Goliath drop?
I think it'll be Goliath drop. I mean, it could be Vulture drop also, but I would kind of expect a Goliath drop. Both players are getting good scouting info with their barracks, and they're doing mirror builds.
Slightly mirror, right? Because we went 3rd factory versus the starport, so
yeah,
slightly different there. And then yeah, the extra factory's coming down now for SPX, so gonna see a lot of Goliath. Maybe I just don't know what high level TVT looks like, especially in the foreign scene. This is the longest I've ever seen a TVT where nobody got an add-on before.
You know what? My guess is there are very few like pro games to look at for resources for this map for TVT. They probably both looked at the same replays and were like, okay, we'll turn to Goliath. Like that's what the good players are doing. Now SPX obviously mixing it up with the starport, and very curious to see how this plays out. I really like it. I think access to that dropship tech could be really valuable. Triple add-on going down for UltrA and double add-on for SPX. So they're both looking to transition into some higher tech factory stuff. I wonder what's in the dropship. Is it Vulture or is it Goliath? Probably Vulture?
It looks like vultures, yeah. So he actually did vultures. Is he getting... I guess he's getting speed siege probably right now? Actually, we're just not getting anything. Okay.
UltrA has like nice map vision, which I like. He's watching that top lane and the center lane. He does spot the vultures coming in. He needs a very fast reaction. 4 vultures can kill so many SCVs so quickly. And it looks like UltrA was caught out because he was moving his units out onto the map.
Yeah, exactly. He was watching his army moving it forward, didn't even notice these vultures coming in until, 2 or 3 SCVs had already died. This is great value for SPX. We killed a lot of SCVs here for just 4 vulture.
Yeah, that was a ton of damage. Like, SPX is, he's dealing damage and he's staying on top of his tech. Like, he's got his comp stats coming up.
His macro did slip some, so I was a little bit worried for a moment because we were floating over 1,000 minerals and our unit looked kind of small. But he is at least going to get into this high ground, and that's going to kind of dissuade UltrA from trying to push up here too aggressively, I think. Well, that being said, he is actually just going to go for it. And finding, like, the perfect lack of vision to get up here uncontested.
Oh, great angle. And those 2 siege tanks coming in aren't quite sieged yet. UltrA has a lot of units. This fight could go either way. It's very close. It looks like UltrA's going to take it just by a hair.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 tanks left over, so he could keep pushing. And if he gets tanks on this like high ground here above the natural, it seems like it'd be a nightmare to deal with. God,
this is such a nice, decisive play from UltrA. So strategically, what happened here is SPX traded military and tech for economy, and he dealt a bunch of damage to Ultra, but Ultra had a temporary dynamic advantage in military, and so he's like, all right, I'm gonna take this my advantage and get something done, because this guy did trade 4 vultures and a dropship for a bunch of SCVs, so you got to use that window to get some counter damage done, and that's exactly what he's finding here. Some good counter damage and some good positioning.
Yeah, SPX is pushing this back, and he does have the eco advantage, and we kind of see it reflected in the supply. Even though his army is like barely getting cleaned up, he is still up about 20 supply right now. So if he stabilizes here, he's going to be in great shape. Plus his 3rd CC, pretty sure finished during this. So if he deflects this, and we're in 3 base versus just the 2 base here of Ultra, this is a really bad situation for Ultra.
That's, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's absolutely huge, and you know, this ridge also isn't all that important. Like SPX is keeping control of it, which is nice, but he also has dropship tech. So like if Ultra takes this ridge, you know, I think the blue Terran will be just fine.
Yeah, exactly. And he can just play to the left side of the map. He's already kind of getting set up for that already. SCVs even dropping on top of this.
Yeah, that's really nice use of SCVs. Not something you see a lot in this type of skirmish, but SPX realized, like, hey, this is a spot where I can add a couple SCVs into my army, and they'll add a lot of efficiency. Tanks will be shooting at each other and dealing damage to each other. So,
what do you think about this base from SPX in this situation?
That's the blue Terran taking that base? I thought that was the red Terran. What? That's interesting. Not what I expected. I think it's a choice.
It was a choice,
More
but nothing else.
More coming off the line, and he's pushing with a lot of units. I think we're just seeing like some effects of a stronger economy giving SPX more units.
Yeah,
they're
this
really
is,
battling over the bridge.
Yeah, it's like a non-stop fight here over this, but there's nothing to answer the Wraith right now. I think it's a couple Goliath maybe down below this. Yeah, the Wraith getting some value. I mean, SPX is trading a bit inefficiently, right? Because he's never quite had as much army as Ultra this entire time while having the better eco. And Ultra is actually going to have more production here very soon. So the constant skirmishing is like both good and bad for both players in a way, because Ultra, who's down in eco, wants to keep fighting and trading. SPX, who's ahead in eco, kind of wants to keep trading as well because he's eventually going to outgrow him.
Yep.
So because of them both feeling this way, it's just been constant fighting over this ridge over here.
Yeah. I also noticed that SPX has like a pretty healthy bank, and this often happens in TVT when you're fighting and trading a lot of gas-heavy units. But I think the way this is going to affect things is SPX will, once he has time to spend that money and he gets his 3rd gas going, he's really going to explode and build a large army. And we also see him just throwing down bases everywhere. Like we saw him try to take top right. He's got an SCV bottom left starting a base. This is a great thing to do when you have a ton of money. Just throw up bases everywhere.
Yeah, Ultra's doing a good job of kind of keeping up in expansions despite taking all that damage from the drop and the constant chaos. So both players, I think, doing a good job. Yeah, SPX still on 4 factory with 3,000 minerals at this point. Really needs to throw down a few more factories here.
Credit to Ultra also for finding a way to like fight back in this game from a pretty significant deficit. And it's one thing I love about TVT is there's so much room to fight from behind, and that doesn't exist in a lot of other matchups in StarCraft, especially at this Pro League level. Like often when you get behind, it's just a math problem and you die. But TVT, you know, Ultra is microing really well and making some good decisions, and you know, he's found himself at even supply and he's getting onto a 4th base. So he's recovering from that vulture drop early in the game.
Yeah, we saw, I think SPX was getting ready to make a bunch of factories and didn't realize his barracks had died. So he drops the barracks along with a starport and sci-fi, still on 4 factory now. I mean, this bank is brutal.
It's a big bank. he's Bank of America right now. Like, he has a lot of resources. But it's okay. Like, in TVT,
Yep.
you can eventually convert that into units. It's not as much of a tempo-oriented matchup, even though there has been a lot of fighting. UltrA now getting some mines out on the map, something I really, really like. Just gives you this is a very large map, and there's a lot of different pathways. So these mines, they'll slow down bases, but I think they're mostly helpful for having vision and just knowing what your opponent is up to.
Wow. Okay, so he did see. I was gonna say this transfer. SPX was gonna get away with this base down here because kind of tucked in a random spot, but then UltrA saw the SCVs with his mines and just scanned and saw the transfer, so I think he's aware that base is down there now.
Yeah, that's huge, and that base is going to be really hard to defend. Like, SPX does have dropships, but vultures are quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that transfer was a little bit of a mistake. It is going to come back to bite him here, so all these SCVs going to get cleaned up. And he really, really wanted that gas income right now to help him spend all these minerals.
Yeah, this does equalize things. Like, they're both still on 4 base. I think UltrA has, you know, slightly better positioning, but yeah, no, maybe it's pretty neutral.
Yeah,
I really like
right now.
Feels like he has more map control because of those mines. SPX gonna fight for this central pod.
Did I disconnect or was that the stream?
I think that was you, because I've still got the stream up.
Okay, I'm back now. Sorry about that.
Good. I need you, Ozzy. I need my co-caster, Ozzy. I need you here. All right, they're jockeying for pods. The top right base has kind of been relegated to basically nobody right now because they both have their high ground pod, so neither of them can mine it. Play is switching into the center, and you know, eventually the bottom left. Curious to see what tech UltrA goes for from like starports. Like, is he gonna throw down some starports and go Wraith? Is he gonna build dropship? I think you at some point need to do one of the two on this map.
Yeah, lots of right here from SPX. I imagine UltrA's getting dropship, right, with that one add-on starport there. I mean, it could be a Vessel as well. Vessels are also pretty good in this matchup. A little bit underrated even. Pushing into siege positions with some D-matrixes on can be super strong. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize we'd been banking dropships already, so we got 3 dropships out on the map already. And is he just going to try to take this high ground? But yeah, these Wraith funding some of these tanks, he's going to have to maybe pull back. He thought about pulling back with these drops, but he's actually going to get into position here and get on top of this base.
Well, hopefully they're full of Goliath, and not a bunch of tanks. Okay, there's looks like 5 Goliath, at least 4 Goliath. Okay, that's something.
Yeah, the Vultures kind of moved away from this push though, and they actually needed to help body, like, kind of tank for some of these units here. So SPX is going to be able to clean this up, it looks like, with his Goliath and tanks. And UltrA not quite finding the value that he wanted there, and these Wraith just going to reign supreme. They're going to take all these dropships out, they're going to start picking off all these tanks, and this is really starting to add up now.
Yeah, what my guess is that UltrA just like didn't use his scanners enough, and like it's really important around this time of the game to like scan your opponent's starport tech and see what they're doing. And if your opponent is going Wraith, like you just have to be really defensive with your dropships, because you only get one shot at using them. But both players, yeah.
He's doing a good job fighting here still. Like, supply-wise, he's actually still completely fine. Yes, SPX has this mineral bank, but as we've kind of mentioned, like, the mineral bank doesn't matter as much. Like, he can pump out a few vultures or something, but right now, I mean, he did a decent bit of eco damage to SPX. He's got his own 4th base up. He's got his 5th base on the way now, and if he gets that 5th base up, he's actually going to be ahead in eco of SPX.
He's doing a great job staying on top. Like, there's so much to do in this type of game. Like, he's got to build turrets everywhere. He's got mines all over the place. He's doing a really good job staying on top of all those things, and being active with his army at the same time. This might be a little bit overactive because there are lots of sieged tanks.
Well, he is going to go for it and try to break this position. He's at least going to kill a lot of the Wraith and kill some of these tanks. And he's kind of got it pushed back at least a little bit. Not quite in range of the refinery yet, which is kind of be the big win that we'd be looking for. But extra reinforcements coming in from SPX, and I think is going to be able to push this back. But this actually went better for Ultra than I would have expected.
Yeah, that trading was excellent. Like, trading off those Wraith was super good, and then he was able to fight a bunch with siege tanks against unsieged tanks. So Ultra just doing a great job, like in these battles, taking really good engagements. And he just keeps streaming units forward onto the map.
He's so aggressive.
Army after army just relentlessly pushing. SPX is sick of this guy right now.
And he's gonna kind of break this position now a little bit. We're getting close to threatening that refinery, which you see in the gas income there for SPX. He really needs to keep this refinery, so he's gonna keep reinforcing this and defending this. But as I mentioned, Ultra's 5th is done behind this. Killing all these Wraith is great, because you gotta remember, a Wraith is the same price as a tank. So if you're killing like 5-6 Wraith like that, it feels amazing.
It really does. They're expensive, and they're fast, but they are utility units. They don't fight very well head-to-head against Goliath. And they're really costly. It's kind of like losing queens for a Zerg.
Yeah, we do have a drop potentially coming out here, but he's scanning around, sees the turrets everywhere. There's not really many openings, and SPX actually just going to take this high ground. And kind of as you mentioned before, it's a position, but it's really not as important as you might would think. That mine actually gave him vision to get a shot on this tank. Oof.
Yeah, Ultra just playing so aggressively and keeping hold of the tempo. Now, I have faith in SPX, his ability to like be resilient and fight back, but hard to do that in TVT with a low gas count, and that's where we're at right now. Like, SPX is mining 3 gases, his main, his natural, and his third. That middle left base, I believe, is a mineral only, so that doesn't have a gas. All the important... You go ahead,
Well, I was just going to say, Ultra's done such a good job crawling his way back in this game. You kind of mentioned it earlier, like in TVT, being in a losing position, or like being behind, it's not unplayable, and that's one of the reasons I love this matchup so much, is it's like the most balanced matchup, and you can have comebacks in this matchup very easily.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. Like, you can play from behind. You're often like you often have a different unit comp as your opponent, and we've seen a lot of that this game with Wraiths fighting against Goliath, and like SPX is a lot more vulture heavy because of his big mineral bank. But that's not where you want to be at this stage in TVT. You don't want to be forced into making vultures. The units you want are tanks, Goliath, dropship, Wraith. Vultures just don't. They don't fight very well. But when all you have is minerals, you got to make vultures. That's just all you can field.
Yeah. They basically become meat shields for you to push with to get your tanks up, essentially. And we're seeing a little bit of that here. He's going for this drop and kind of pushing his tanks forward. But as you mentioned, the tank Goliath is going to trade really well against the Goliath or the Vulture tank. So this push is going to get pushed back. And Ultra up about 50 supply now. He went from... Yeah, he's just done a great job clawing himself back.
Yeah, this is fantastic play. I think both players are playing very well. I'm most impressed with Ultra because he was playing from a deficit. Like, that early game Vulture drop was really devastating, but he found counterplay and he kept his like macro game going. Like, he took, his third was a bit later, maybe a minute, 2 minutes later, and that's a big deal in TVT. But he's just been scrapping, fighting. He's stayed really active. And he keeps asking the question to SPX, like, can you deal with this? I'm gonna send units here. I'm gonna try to shell your gases. Can you deal with this? So SPX has been on the defensive, and He's definitely falling pretty far behind.
Yeah, it felt like kind of one of the big turning points was when he revealed this kind of hidden expansion, and it got cleaned up and knocked him down to like even eco essentially, right? That was kind of where I feel like he last was ahead, and since then it's been relatively even with Ultra just leaning on him, and like you said, he's just testing him and pressuring him nonstop to see if he can keep up, and he's just kind of been out multitasking and out aggressing SPX. And usually, and that's the reason I like maps like this, same way I liked Menstrual, when there's so many different attack avenues, it actually favors the aggressive Terran a lot more.
That's a really interesting map comparison. I hadn't thought of that before, but I see a lot of similarities between this map and Minstrel with the various attack paths. And
Yep.
yeah, this game is stabilized in an interesting way where the island portion of the map, they're doing like a British standoff with their armies and just sort of sitting and watching. And then they're just scrapping over here on the left.
Yeah, definitely you want to be deployed on the right side there if you're working for these players here. But Ultra gonna be pushing here. Yeah. Ultra gonna push in here and break this position. He's gonna take this base down, and I feel like with this SPX is pretty much dried up. We're on one base economy, and yeah, there's the GG. Great comeback there from Ultra. Amazing aggression.
Yeah, really, really well played game by both. I loved, I preferred SPX's build. I thought it just gave a lot of utility, and you know, the Vulture drop did a great job. And it's kind of hard to pinpoint specifically where Ultra caught up. You mentioned finding that bottom left base and killing a bunch of SCVs. I think that was really important. And I think just Ultra was so aggressive with his rallies. He kept his army forward and just pressuring.
Yeah, and he did a good job of expanding. Like, he was late on that third, right, compared to SPX. Like, SPX's third was way faster, of course. But SPX also didn't get it landed for a while. And it ended up being where their fourth base timing was actually the same, except the fourth from SPX, like I said, got denied. And he ended up having to basically retake a fourth there at the that kind of like middle base. So, yeah, that's where things started to kind of even out and stabilize a little bit for Ultra, I feel.
Yeah, God. Both players displayed a lot of skill. Two very scary Terran players. I hope this series goes to 3, and I think it might, because I know SPX is an excellent Terran player, and I just want to see more. I love TVT. I want to see more battling.
Yeah, I like TVT. I wouldn't say I love it as much as you do, but I am a TVT fan.
It's a polarizing matchup. Personally, it's my favorite matchup to play. I love how resourceful you can be. I love how there's so many different viable unit comps, so many different viable openings, and one game can look so different from the next.
I like this unusual thing people don't know about you. That in person, I'm very friendly, charismatic, and a good person. This reminds me of what I always say. If someone asks you about a coworker and you say they're a good person, it means they're not very good at their job. Looks like our map is going to be Radeon Ultra. He's been consistently banning Dominator, so he does not want to play this map, it seems. But I kind of would like TVT on Dominator, I feel.
Yeah, Dominator is a very, very fun map for TVT. Very hard map for both players. Just it's like, it feels very small and like you're just locked in the ring with your opponent. Radeon, sort of the opposite. Big standard map.
Yeah, it's a very large map.
Just classic macro map. You see a lot of split map TVTs on this map. I expect both players to be opening Vulture just because the map is so big, and Vultures are really good on big maps.
Let me cut you off for 1 second here. Our players are ready, so we're going to hop into the game real quick. Game 2 of Ultra versus SPX.
Boom, we got SPX, top right. Terran player, he's down 0-1 in the series. Very good player, and top left, we have UltrA.
UltrA.
So the early game TVT, there's two main deviations that you can see. There's where do you put your first barracks, and do you go CC first? So far in the series, we haven't seen CC first, and we haven't seen any proxy barracks. So both players are just feeling confident, don't want to mix anything up, and they're bringing their standard macro game that they practice day in and day out to the BSL ProLeague.
Yeah, it's interesting that we have seen just Omega standard, other than I guess the one game from Radley with the 2-fact, we've seen extremely standard openers and from all the Terrans so far.
And I kind of
I like this filter from UltrA as well. This black and white filter with these blue glasses.
Wait, what am I missing? Where are you seeing? Oh, on the camera.
Yeah.
All right, so we see an 11 racks going down on from both. Standard stuff, 11 racks, 12 gas. You build your second depot and your barracks finishes with that SCV. Keeps your mining nice and optimal. You get some nice little bit of vision of your base, which can be nice.
How surprised are you that we're not seeing any 11 gases? I thought 11 gas in TVT would be really common.
Yeah, it fades. Sometimes it's more popular. Like I think if you like to do like a wide range of aggressive builds, like I'm thinking of a guy like Kyrie likes to go 11 gas because he likes to like mix it up and do a bunch of different aggressive stuff, which you can do off 11 gas a lot better. Like if you want to do like a really fast like 2 vulture attack or something.
Yeah, that's why I like it.
Yeah. But it does slow down the CC like quite a bit. Like if you do a streamlined 12 gas build with 1 Marine, you can get your CC started at like 320 if you start it before the vulture. And if you're going 11 gas and building a couple vultures, that CC can come down to like 340.
Cool.
See the Marine? Yeah. Don't want to gamble and try to kill the Marine. It's not worth it. The scouting
It's not worth it.
It's too valuable. So the thing is, when you lose that scouting SCV, you don't have anything on the map to check the natural at 330. So you're playing in the dark. You know, your barracks is floating across, but sometimes you're floating your barracks and you just float over 2 tanks coming across the map.
We're going 3 Marine and vultures here, so I think we're planning on walking across the map. We did get that 1 Marine low, so maybe that's like part of what's gonna... I guess that's why he went for that trade. But yeah, typically I agree. Even if you kill the Marine and lose the SCV, I don't like that trade.
And we're seeing UltrA with a much faster CC due to having 1 less Marine and building the CC before the vulture.
Okay, he is going 2 vultures first, so that's good for him at least.
Yep, that's extremely important against this type of thing.
Yep.
And this would speak a micro battle. You're gonna lose the SCV at your natural, and you just let that die. Wait for your second vulture. You gotta pull a few SCVs just for repair. But these fights are really tough because the vultures are super squirrely. So you can go down that ramp and try to fight, and you're sending your SCVs and you're trying to repair. It can be hard to get the SCVs around the vultures.
The thing is, we got 3 Marines on this command center, so the DPS is a lot higher than it would normally be. And this command center is actually gonna have to get canceled.
Oh no, you can't cancel that command center.
Oh,
what?
No.
This is so rough for UltrA. Oh.
And he's still gonna lose the fight after too. This is actually just kind of game ending.
Oh my gosh, well, I think we may end up seeing a 3-game series. I mean, hey, as we've talked about, there's a lot of room for comebacks in TVT. Like, this is the matchup for it. But having to cancel that command center, I mean, you don't get a full refund when you cancel a building. I think you get, what, 75% of your money back?
Yeah, I think so. You'd think we would know how much we played, but I'm pretty sure it's 75.
It's something like that. It costs you about $100.
Yeah.
So SPX, although he started his CC later, it finished much faster.
Yeah,
And-
significantly. I mean, we're mining from our natural about the same time Ultra starts his, so yeah, I would say we're in pretty good shape as SPX.
Yep, really good shape. It'll be interesting to see what corners Ultra tries to cut to get back in this game. We see double shop, which could be either for 2 tanks or it could be for speed and mines.
I would guess 2 tanks.
Yeah, especially given that he sees the 2 Goliath on the field. I think you just go into tank. But tanks don't give you much comeback potential just because they're very fair units in the early game. Like, they're not going to crush your opponent in any one-sided fights. So it's an interesting choice. I would say tanks are like the most defensive thing Ultra could do here.
Yeah, I think the thought process to me would be, let's get some tanks out and set up a siege line. He's even hiding the tanks, actually. Do you think he's going to go for a push? No way, right?
I don't think he's going to go for a push. I love that he's hiding the tanks.
Yeah, there's no way he can push from here. I think it's going to be like setting his siege tanks up and get a defensive siege line to maybe try and take a third, something like this.
Yeah.
I think the logic's there. Maybe hope that your opponent runs into you the same way you play against a Protoss when you're behind. You just set up a siege line. You're like, hey, come kill your army for me.
Yep, I think that's a good read. And we see
being
Ultra,
said,
he's cutting a couple corners. Like he's not building an armory, not building an academy, pushing very far across the map, at least to the midway point. This army movement takes a lot of experience because you have your floating barracks, which gives you some info, but it's hard to know exactly where your opponent's army is if your Rax isn't over it. So you have to be really careful not to overextend because you're moving close
into
to
the
your
mines.
rally. Yeah, he's trying to bait him into the mines. Well, hey, this is what Ultra does. He takes a little bit of damage, he gets a little behind in the economy, but then he fields units and he gets on the map and he makes stuff happen.
I'm glad. I like that he didn't commit with those vultures. I feel like so often you see, especially with like B-rank Terrans and stuff, they kind of like, they make the decision they're gonna go harass, and no matter what they see, they're committing to that harass.
Yeah. This is looking a little bit dicey, but everything looks dicey when you're playing from way behind. So can't fault Ultra for that. But I do appreciate the activity. He's trying to get a comeback using his
Wow, not a
Spider-Man.
single mine landed.
Yeah, Goliaths, they're pretty good little shooters, sharpshooters.
Yeah, that was pretty much Ultra's one shot at a comeback. I respect it, right? Try and take like a fight that's not a great fight, pull them into the mines, and maybe get a really lucky mine connection, but not gonna happen. Now he's gonna get contained on this while down 30 supply, and it's gonna be extremely hard. I would say impossible to play from here. We have nothing going for us, no starports or anything like that. I don't think he ever breaks a contain.
Yeah, agreed. I think he'll probably try to bust in, a moment and then GG. But yeah, he was so far behind. I think he took a nice calculated risk to try to get back in the game, The Vulture run by was, it's him taking a shot. He knows he's going to run into rallied units sometimes, but every once in a while you run in at just the right time in between your opponent's rally where their production cycle isn't there, and you can kill a bunch of SCVs, get back in the game. As played, he knows he's in a tough position. But he's in BSL ProLeague. He's not just going to tap out, he's going to fight for it. He's got a lot to fight for here, so...
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, and it's understandable, right? You're in a major tournament. This is, I'd say, the biggest foreign tournament, right, outside of Korea, so it makes sense to just fight for it, even if it seems doomed. I think it's okay to fight losing battles as long as it's not affecting your mental. To go back to that question you asked me a few series ago, I don't mind trying as long as you're not like tilting or getting upset or anything, or like depressed or anything like this, right? Just you know you're in a losing position. You're gonna give it a good shot, whatever, you know. And if it doesn't work, then that's fine. But if you feel like you're getting frustrated or it's like draining you or something, then I think it's much better just to go ahead and tap out.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I absolutely can. I always like to see fighting spirit. I like to see people, not the map, but fighting spirit in games. People trying to fight it out from behind. I really like. But for certain players, it does crush their mental, and
Yep.
so there is some value to GGing if that's the case.
Yeah, if you can say what you want about Jin Jin. If there's one thing about Jin Jin, it's that he preserves his mental as much as possible. That man will quit a game as fast as he can.
So if you're in this position as SPX, are you building Wraith? Are you taking a fourth? What's your thought process? What type of unit comp are you thinking about? What are you worried about?
I mean, at this point, the only thing I'd be worried about is drops, right? Like, I can't think of anything else that I'd be afraid of other than a Doom drop. So, that being said, yeah, my go-to would be Wraith, right? My third base is secured. I mean, SPX, or UltrA doing a nice little maneuver here to try and get out here and help to secure this base. So this is a really, really intelligent play. So he's actually going to be able to get this third. And if I saw this, I'd be okay with that. Like, yeah, it's kind of annoying, right, that he gets his third. But you've got this map control. You can contain him on that bridge with very few units, right? Like, legit, like 5 tanks will stop 60 supply coming across that bridge. So it's fine, right? I wouldn't mind like some turrets, like maybe some like minor turret rings or something, and going Wraith from there. Because at this point, you just control UltrA. Just don't let him out, and you win the game.
Yep, absolutely. But I also really like what UltrA's doing in just being patient. He actually didn't try to just bust out the front and just kind of YOLO out of the game, but he's going to try to grind it out. And I'll be honest, like, I've played, a lot of like S rank Korean Terrans where I've gotten this great contained position and I thought the game was totally over. But then they slowly used some drop ships, carved out a little space, a little more space, found a base that they could take, and then 20 minutes later, they're back in the game. It can absolutely happen. So I like how UltrA's fighting for it. He's getting some activity.
He's gonna find an opening here with these 3 dropships. And like his supply isn't that bad. We're only down 20 supply. This is playable. He's gonna get some nice picks on these tanks with these mines. Beautiful.
Oh, those mines, dude. Oh, 3 tanks.
Dude, is UltrA's not gonna win this game, right? He's not gonna pull it back from here.
He's not gonna win this game, but he's winning points with the fans right now. He's winning points with me for like being in here and fighting and getting some stuff done.
I mean, yeah, it's still a favorable position for SPX for sure, but this redrop might be hard for him to deal with. SPX scans here, sees the siege line there, so he knows he can't push into that. We're gonna get a redrop of 4 dropships this time. If SPX is not responding to this, okay, we're gonna drop the 12 o'clock spawn.
Yeah, there's a few different places UltrA can go here. 12 o'clock is a great choice, just denying that base, and that's one of the bases that he can try to take for himself.
Yep, exactly.
See some dropship tech from SPX. I think the conventional wisdom is that he, like, once you get it contained, you just go into like 2 or 3 starport Wraith.
Yep.
But dropships are strong. They're also strong. He's grabbing an eBay to make some turrets just to secure his borders a little bit. And UltrA carving out a little space bottom left. Huge drop coming in from UltrA. Going right for the jugular. You drop the factories, anything can happen.
I'm starting to like this for UltrA right now. We're gonna clean this up, and we're gonna kill a bunch of SCVs here.
Yep. Very good SCV pulls, though. We just need
there's tanks. Okay, I didn't see the tanks at the command center. I was like, what is killing all the units here? So yeah, there were some tanks by SPX's command center that actually cleans this up.
So yeah, like SPX took some econ damage, but losing SCVs is like never really that big of an issue when you have
Yep.
full map control like SPX does. You just rebuild them. There isn't that tempo dynamic. That Ultra's trying to make it a tempo dynamic because he's non-stop with these drops. But
Yeah,
now
he won't let him stabilize. He's got a lot of tanks here, but he's hunting a position away from the tanks. But it's not a whole lot of units here. It's a lot of drop shifts, but they're like far from full. He's just loading whatever he can as fast as he can to try and keep the tempo going. But yeah, SPX, this is going to be the best cleanup he's had so far. And Ultra definitely running out of steam with these drops. But he is securing during all of this that bottom left base.
I mean, he's doing everything he can. I mean, he's using every tool at his disposal. I think SPX, one thing he could be doing is pushing his barracks forward a little bit and looking for opportunities to push in at the natural with his containment. We see a rogue Goliath that has a death wish pushing by itself.
Nice scan, gonna pick off a dropship there. And yeah, I think my Goliath is like, guys, there's nothing here. Can we go kill him or no? Yeah, SPX starting to get everything stabilized. Gonna pick up another dropship there. And yeah, that noose is finally properly tightening around Ultra. There is a little area here. He might come out the left side now to look for something. But definitely the right side is locked down pretty well.
Securing that bottom left base does give Ultra some hope of taking this game longer and getting into some deeper stages. Like, if you do have those additional bases, it gives him the opportunity to just drop a bunch of units mid and sort of make a containment behind SPX's containment. He's securing that base and probably going to look to also take the natural.
Yeah, he has an extra
Bottom
CC
left?
floating there already.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. This is about the best I feel like Ultra could do, right? He's done a good job of... He tried to get some damage done. He found a little bit. Then, you know, there was a few failed drops after. But like I said, during that, SPX is so worried about all these drops and stuff. Ultra managed to get out on the map and kind of sneak 2 more bases, which... I mean, that puts us at... He's not really at an economic disadvantage once he gets that saturated.
And there's so much pressure on SPX right now. Like, the pressure is just growing and growing because he knows he had a huge advantage in this game, and it feels like Ultra just won't die. And it's a very scary feeling.
Well, SPX did finally notice the weakness here, and he's going to push in here. And yeah, that's finally going to end this game and tie it up 1-1.
GG. Hell of a game. Both players showing their stuff, playing very well. Pretty sweet vulture push from SPX.
Yeah, I got so much value. Ultra not quite prepared to deal with that, but I don't know. Even though Ultra lost this game, I'm very impressed with how he's using non-stop aggression in TVT, which is not something you see very often, to kind of like try to claw his way back into games.
Yeah, he took some nice calculated risks. He repeatedly threw darts to the dartboard that didn't quite connect, but he gave himself chances in a spot where it would have been incredibly easy just to fold up and lose activity and not have opportunities. All right, we're gonna see game 3. Kind of curious what map gets chosen here.
I just want to say, as a quick reminder for you, Sterling, whenever the graphic is playing during the intro, they can't really hear us talking very well.
Okay, thank you.
But that's what I meant, yeah. Alright, looks like our players are ready, so we're going to hop into game 3 here on Polestar of SPX versus Ultra. Alright, spawning in the bottom right, we have SPX getting a nice clean win there after that early aggression in the last game.
And in the top left, we have UltrA.
UltrA. All right, how do you feel about Polestar here?
It's a great TBT map. A lot of room for battling. A lot of. It's a very big map, but there's a lot of like area to control.
Mm-hmm.
There are some really powerful high grounds you can control, but then there's counterplay to it also.
Yep.
So it's generally a map where I feel like the better player is going to win, and whoever's locked in and focused and playing their A game is probably going to win. I kind of anticipate both players to open Vulture, but I did say that last game too. It's just such a big map. I expect we're going to see Vultures off of fact CC, or maybe even CC first, or Rax expand.
Yeah, I'm surprised. How surprised are you, rather, that we haven't seen a single CC first in all these PvTs?
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. I mean, I didn't think Radley is a CC first guy, and I don't know Ultra or SPX very well. Yeah, it's such a terrific build, but if you don't practice it, like there are a lot of ways that you can die, and you need to be pretty on top of your scouting game. And like CC first is a TBT opener where you need to be reactive with your follow-up build choice. Like sometimes you have to go tank Wraith, like one factory, one starport, and sometimes it's better to go like 3-fac Vulture. There's just a lot of scary stuff that can happen. You know, proxy second factory on the map. Proxy starport is quite popular against CC first. So if you're not like practicing it, it's not a build you really want to just wheel out.
Sure. That's fair.
Yeah. There's also an effect in a long series of like not
so
letting,
annoying.
you know, like you don't want to let your opponent exercise prep that they have. Like if you've assumed like, okay, my opponent's probably going to have something prepared for CC first, and if you play them a bunch of games, like I don't know, it's kind of nice just to lock them out of their prep and not allow them to use it.
Yeah, this probably won't matter in the long run. I mean, it potentially could, but Ultra, his mining in the beginning wasn't great to begin with, plus that SCV showing up and just kind of being annoying and body blocking. That factory is almost 10 seconds late. But because it's cross spawn, I don't think it's going to matter. But you know, you think of the last game, like that 10-second difference could easily be why something like that could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love what SPX is doing. He's very streamlined build where he took 3 guys off gas and he only built 1 Marine. So he's got a nice quick command center before Vulture. And Ultra did the same thing except with 1 extra Marine. So roughly equal builds. I mean, it's a very small difference, 1 Marine versus 2. 1 Marine, you get the CC a little bit faster. 2 Marines, you get to shell the barracks down a little better.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised at first that Ultra tried to go in with that SCV because they saw the 330 command center, but I guess he wanted to confirm if it was a Vulture or an add-on, huh? I imagine that's the only reason you'd want to try to send that in still.
Yeah, it also, like, there's a minor supply block effect where losing the SCV isn't that big of a deal because you're at 25 out of 26 and you sometimes want to start a second Vulture. So your build kind of plans on you losing that SCV. So I think it's a combination of a couple things.
We're gonna get the 3-fact.
Yeah, looks like 3-fac on both sides. And yeah, Vulture Wars are just a interesting part of the TBT game tree. So
like
things
Vulture
to look out. Things to look out for are SCV production. Either player can just cut SCVs at any given time and make an extra factory, make some extra Vultures. And then watching for who gets supply blocked. Because even at low S ranks, like everybody just constantly gets supply blocked playing Massive Ultra.
You kind of need double depot going because they're coming out 6 supply at a time plus 1 round of SCVs. That's 8 supply. That's an entire depot, and that happens really, really fast.
Yeah. And it looks like, so I'm seeing like SPX's command centers aren't churning. Neither are Ultras. They're...
Yeah, Ultra threw down that 4th factory.
And
Still just
no
3
Star-
for SPX, but SPX up a lot of supply right now. Did Ultra cut a couple vultures? Because it looks like our vulture count's definitely down a few.
Yeah, it does look that way. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. SPX also has like more gas banked up. But the defensive concave is pretty valuable.
Maybe the 5 fact. Okay. We're just gonna get a million vultures this game.
Yeah,
like
this is actually great. Like this is a very nice way to play. I don't even know if he is getting mines. Like, this is like the most streamlined mass vulture that you can do, where you get 1 shop for vulture speed, and then enough gas for 5 factories, and then you just pump everything into depots and vultures, and it's a nice, very simple way to play this matchup where you don't have too much to worry about. You're just like making depots, making vultures, and then you have some big decisions about how to use your vultures.
SPX does have a good position here on the high ground, though, as Ultra comes in here, so it's going to be a pretty good trade for SPX overall, even though Ultra may have had a couple extra vultures. And yeah, this high ground going to go really well for SPX. Picks off a few vultures and immediately pushes them back.
Yeah, I really like that SPX actually didn't just try to like counter end the game, and he showed a little restraint, which I think is very wise. Like, you're allowed to take a good vulture engagement and not just like try to all in and end the game.
Yep.
Like that choice. Curious to see if either player's going to start mixing in 1 or 2 tanks, kind of the next sort of decision tree. SPX mining a lot of gas, so I think if we see him fall behind in vultures, it's because he's mining too much gas, whereas Ultra is not.
Yeah, this fight's very close. It's like, it looks like how you'd call a muta fight, but Ultra does have that extra production there of vultures, so he is going to be able to push this back and start to take better fight here. Plus SPX did go for the mines, whereas Ultra just did the whole I bet you don't make anything but vultures, I'm not spending my gas, or I'm not going to mine any gas. So yeah, SPX, he does have this 800 gas bank, but not doing anything with it currently. Probably getting mines now. I imagine that's what that upgrade is for Ultra. And yeah, it just finished, so he's going to throw down a bunch of mines whenever he wants, which would be great for map control and just map vision in general. And this is going to trap SPX in here. And we may see some tanks potentially behind this from Ultra, or he may just continue Vulture forever. This might just be a game of EGH, actually.
Yeah, I think typically when you win the Vulture War like this, and you know you're at a nice advantage, you don't want to risk it by like attacking in, but you can like throw down your nat gas at a shop or 2 shops and start making tanks and feel pretty good about your position. Looks like that's sort of the direction Ultra is going. He started his nat gas, he's taking his 3rd, he's mining up the map. We see SPX has a starport on the way, I believe in the bottom left of his base for Wraith.
I go straight to Wraith, okay. Wraith and Goliath, he does have his scanners as well, so once he gets a decent Goliath count, he can start pushing out against that. And yeah, we see the triple add-on. This is a really common follow-up when you open the Vulture opener and you get control. To go triple add-on and just start pumping a ton of tanks.
Yep, really, really solid. Yeah, Ultra's in a very comfortable position. I think the mistake SPX made this game was just not quite balancing his gas the way he wanted to. He just floated up to like 800 gas, where Ultra was a little bit more efficient with his mining. And we'll break it out, killing a bunch of mines.
Yeah, that one scan gonna clear almost every single mine here. It's good for SPX. Yeah, a pretty quick response to losing the fight, quickly getting his tanks in siege mode out, so at least gonna stop the immediate contain here and gain a little bit of ground.
Oh, the death march of tanks. These tanks are so scary.
Yeah, does lose one to the earlier minefield. SPX gonna kind of sneak around a bunch of these vultures and maybe look to lay a bunch of mines between.
This catch isn't going to be the catch SPX wants.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just going to come back, or just going to come in and fight.
Yeah, I think he wanted to set up mines. He just went in a little bit too early instead. When you see it there, that tank took about 75 vulture shots and it's still alive, so it's extremely hard to kill tanks with vulture.
It is. On the positive note for our red Terran, he's out of his natural, which is really good. Bleeding a couple tanks is not so good. And he's going to have to sort of make a decision on whether to try to macro it out and take a third, or muster up a bunch of army and walk around and try to attack. I think those are the two main options. You know, you could take your third, make a drop ship, and try to grind it out.
Yeah, yeah, Ultra definitely getting a bit of the lead. We see in the supply now a little bit. But these mines are still catching some units, so kind of annoying for Ultra.
Yeah, Spider Mine, pretty good unit.
Gonna land this third eventually. There is a mine blocking it, so it's kind of annoying. There we go, gonna scan and clear that up. And yeah, so what we're seeing here, kind of you mentioned it earlier, and this is another reason I like this map. It's very hard to fully contain Terran. Like, yes, you have this uphill, like, kind of ramp or whatever, like, all the way around, but it's a lot of surface area, right? So it's very hard to just keep them on the low ground. So this is going to allow SPX to kind of sneak out the bottom here and potentially get some sort of map presence.
Yeah, this is great movement from SPX. This is what you need to do when you're up against a contain like this. You just need to walk around it. Even if you're not like headed directly to a base, you're just carving out a little bit of space for yourself that can open up opportunities later in the game. But Ultra's on top of it. I mean, he has mines in all of the lanes, so he's keeping his army very mobile and just going where SPX goes. And I like how he's not rushing a bunch of expansions. He's not rushing to like change his tech into dropship or wraith. He's just like, look, my third is way faster than his. I'm just gonna make a lot of units and make sure nothing goes horribly wrong. See him taking his fourth base. Looks like SPX has +2 on the way, which is a very important upgrade in TVT.
That was a pretty good fight for SPX overall. Like, he even up the supply quite a bit. He still has decent bank as well, mineral bank anyway. But yeah, we do see that 4cc going to be landing here for Ultra, so he's going to have a pretty decent eco advantage. Looks like he might even be just dropping another expansion there at 12 o'clock, and yet there it goes down. And controlling this base is great for Ultra because it's going to be denying the 6 o'clock. But that being said, right, and this is another thing, like we're saying, that's beautiful about this map. Ultra commits to securing the 6 o'clock, so it can't take that, but that opens up the 3 o'clock instead for SPX.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way this series has gone, like we've seen so much back and forth momentum that, you know, Ultra might have a little bit more space and a little bit more supply and economy, but this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice flank coming around the side from SPX.
Yeah, Ultra doesn't have many units here actually, but oh my god, those mine hits. Well, it was looking really good for SPX, and then about 5 tanks went down to mine, so kind of painful.
Very painful. Right when you feel like you're breaking out and you're going to establish a little bit of a force mid, and then boom, bunch of mines.
We've all seen those clips of Artosis running into mines and raging. It's a very frustrating feeling for sure when it's like things are going your way and you're like, you know what, I think I can win this game. I can play this game. And then a few mines go off and you're like, yeah, this game sucks.
All right, SPX, he's going to take mid right. He's probably going to... We'll see, maybe he'll sneak some vultures to 12. Ultra has the map pretty locked down. So SPX is probably going to stop producing a bunch of vultures and switch into a heavier tank army and maybe some dropships.
SPX, does he have +2 yet or no?
It's on the way.
Okay.
And SPX's +2 was a little bit faster. So the important thing about +2 is that a siege tank will kill an enemy tank in 2 shots instead of 3. So your tanks dominate your opponent's tanks if you're ahead that upgrade. I don't know if you knew that, Aussie to hockey, but +2 is important.
I did know that, but thanks for the refresher.
Yeah, I got you.
Alright, they're going to keep battling over this top side. And this is extremely important for SPX because winning this position opens up literally 3 more bases for him to take. This is why he's fighting for it so hard right now.
Yeah, and Ultra is doing whatever he can to just like keep that ground secure, and he's saying like, okay, you can get that 2 o'clock base. I'm just gonna keep you off of 6 and 1 o'clock, and then I can just sit and win this game. And that's a pretty good plan. I mean, that's a pretty good way to play TVT. Carve out a little more space and then just defend with siege mode.
Yeah, once again, we see the armies flashing up here. This has been a very high-action TVT series. It's been really refreshing to see. Even though we do get into, like, later stages of the game, it is constant fighting to get there every single time.
It's fun to watch. It's a good matchup. It's a good matchup. Believe me.
Yeah, I do think TVT gets a lot of undeserved hate.
Okay. All right. Vultures are pretty good.
Yeah, mine, because it's one shot, right? So vultures do clear the mines pretty well themselves.
SPX.
Alright, so good.
He's tenacious, man. He'll fight.
Yeah.
He'll fight from behind. He'll carve out space. Kind of a YOLO attack from Ultra. Looks like he's trading okay.
Ultra does a lot of these kind of yellow attacks, though. He just wants to fight, man.
Yeah.
And he is gonna kind of break through here. Looks like he's not quite gonna make it, but he got close. Pushed the siege line quite a bit back. His extra tanks coming up. Vulture's flanking as well. Gonna be able to clean that up. And SPX did it prior to this clear that 6 o'clock, so he can take that base now as well. So really good pivoting of SPX's army, just kind of going side to side there to clear up some space.
Yeah, that felt like a very important moment in this game where SPX was pushing like at the bottom of the map, and so Ultra was like, he had the right concept. Okay, my opponent's pushing left. I'm gonna counterattack on the other side of the map, but it didn't quite work out. He didn't have enough units, and SPX had good reinforcements. So SPX, he's clawing his way back. Like, I would say this is approaching being an even game. Maybe even red favored, as he's getting up lots of bases and has a lot of space.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I do think it's becoming, like, slowly becoming more and more SPX favored here, which is kind of crazy because the opening seems so good for Ultra. He's going to catch this bottom side here again, so if he's quick about it, can maybe set up here and cut off the 6 o'clock base.
Yeah, just don't go too far. You gotta win that ridge and siege up like right on the ridge.
Exactly. You just need to create a little path that you can walk through on the bottom side, right? You don't have to, like, push up too much to fight here. I do feel like you got a little too aggressive with the siege line. Could have set it up kind of like you said, like more or less on that ridge, and then that already kind of cuts off the 6 o'clock.
I wonder if either player is thinking about switching to dropship. It's a reasonable map for dropship because you can threaten those interior bases, 12, 6, 3, and 9.
I'm gonna say that SPX is thinking about swapping to dropships.
Yeah, maybe like 6 of them.
Yeah, see here, this is kind of what we're talking about, right? The siege line's back enough. All it has to do is kind of cover this so these units can go in, right? So this is exactly what we were saying. Ultra are going to do exactly that, and cut off this expansion, though. So SPX is actually starting to get kind of cut off from the map here. These drops are going to have to get something done for sure.
Yeah, the activity from Ultra, like, he's so relentless with just, like, grabbing 2 control groups of units and sending them somewhere to accomplish something. This is the heart of an RTS game. It's like, you build all these units, you have your build, you have your strategy, but at the end of the day, you got to take your units and generate some value with them, and Ultra's doing a very good job at that. Not every push has been successful, but he's just really, really active.
Mm-hmm. He's relentless. He keeps going.
Just keeps going. Both players fielding dropships now. Gosh, it's a little bit scary for Ultra. It just feels like, or for SPX, it feels like Ultra can just start burying units into the bottom right main.
Can't believe that mine didn't connect. Alright, well, SPX is going to drop this high ground and kind of deny the top right base, but I feel like this is favored for Ultra because he still has access to the bottom left bases very easily from here as well.
Yeah, and good access to the main, and like he's also like having 12 secured is very, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
For Ultra. It's like you kind of just have to fight over 6 now.
Yeah, in theory, you just need to get one more base than your opponent, right? Which the current map state is, even if SPX takes the 2 bases top right, it is still Ultra favored in the super late game.
Yeah, it is. I will mention there are some patches mid. I don't know how many patches there are. Okay, there's about 800 minerals.
Yeah, that's actually pretty important. Wait, is that it's 1,000, right? Was it 571, 428? Is that what I saw? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a grand.
Wait, so it's 999. What? Why do they do that?
God, both players approaching max. This is where TVT turns into a very difficult, very decision-based game. Ultra still choosing to be the aggressor and just send units directly at one location.
He does not care about your siege lines. He is not afraid to attack into siege tanks, which is usually ill-advised. And it's going okay, right? It's not great, but it's going okay. It has enough of economy that it's fine, I think. And he's gonna kind of break this position. But if he does get through here, I mean, that SPX will starve out, like, very quickly if he breaks this.
Yeah, these types of pushes are such a double-edged sword because, like, you can gain so much advantage if you bust through, like, this important location, but it's inherently just going to be inefficient because you're pushing into sieged tanks. So if your opponent responds well and they pull their rallies and they defend the location, you cost yourself a lot. But it looks like it's working. Like, he is securing this ramp up to the high ground, which cuts off all of SPX's northern bases.
This actually, I feel like is going pretty well for Ultra. These tanks are very, very low right now. And he's actually going to be able to break through this. We're going to load up all the SCVs. I like this. We just evacuated all the SCVs as soon as we lost that position.
I love seeing little creative value plays.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is SPX, he's starting to feel a little poor? Like, his supplies dropping a bit, his bank isn't quite there.
Yeah, well, he's about to be on just 2-base mining, I guess. The one near 6 o'clock is almost mined out. So we're going to have these 2 bases here on the top right, but there's only 3 tanks here defending this right now.
Story of this game, man, it's just Ultra just plowing through siege lines. just with more stuff.
He's fearless. This is something I like in my head. This is how you lose a game, is attacking the siege lines. But UltrA doesn't care, man. He just keeps going. And you know what it kind of reminds me of? Is when Best is breaking a Terran, and you look at a setup and you're like, dude, this is terrible, don't do that. And then he ends up winning the fight anyway. That's what I feel like is happening with UltrA in these fights.
Oh, it's such a Protoss thing. It's a very Best thing.
Yeah.
And you know, he may be a Terran player, but he's also a foreigner, and foreigners love 1A, 2A, 3A. You're just in our blood.
Yeah, but I like the constant fighting from UltrA. He really does not believe in letting his opponent breathe.
Yeah, it puts so much pressure on, and it gives so much for SPX to deal with. Like, just a general principle of RTS games is there's an inherent advantage to being the aggressor. I mean, there's a defensive advantage tactically, but when you're the aggressor, you're controlling the pace of the game, you're keeping your opponent really busy, and you're choosing the tempo, you're choosing where the fights are. I think there's going to be a fight of SPX's natural.
See, this is what UltrA does that I feel like I'm seeing so consistently. He attacks, and it looks like they're not good attacks, but it's opening up positions so that when he attacks somewhere else and SPX like pivots to deal with it, then there's like another army that comes from this position that he attacked into earlier, right? I feel like this is what we're seeing over and over again.
And it's so frustrating to lose to, because you're like, I've had all these efficient fights. Like, my siege tanks are firing first. Like, what is happening? Why am I still losing positions?
Yeah, for sure. And SPX is pretty much broke now. He's down to 150 supply with no bank. UltrA max with a 4K mineral bank. And just continuing to just go, go, go. Maybe gonna catch these drop ships? Okay. Does at least scan the movement there. I mean, there's only 2 tanks down here defending this base. But SPX needs more mining. This isn't good enough. He cannot win from here like this.
Agreed. You know what? I'm going out on a limb. I think we're going to see Seoul T UltrA advancing out of this group into the next phase of BSL. I'm calling it right now. I think that's what we're going to see. Call me crazy.
I thought you said there's always comeback in TVT.
There absolutely is. That's why I'm really going out on a limb here, because SPX is a very resilient player, and he still has a lot of supply. Okay, huge fight. This is going to exchange a lot of that supply. Now, UltrA is going to be able to rebuild very quickly. He's got a lot of money. SPX has a lot less money. He's got enough for about 4 or 5 siege tanks.
And you see it reflected in supply. We attacked into, what, 6 or 7 siege tanks there that have 3 attack. And then when the fight was over, UltrA was still maxed anyway.
GG, what a series.
GG. UltrA advancing out in first place in this group.
Wow. Very nice showcase of TVT skills from UltrA. Like, he definitely has a unique approach to the matchup. You know, he plays very standard, very like macro-oriented game, but he's got his own twist on it. Like, he likes to just take units and attack and poke holes, force positions. It's very cool to see.
Yeah, very well played from UltrA there. We're going to take about 5 minutes. I just need to... You can probably hear it in my voice. I'm losing my voice a little bit, so I'm just going to take a few minutes to drink some water and kind of recover a little bit.
Hasn't taken his own third, but okay, here we go. He sees. Now Max absolutely has his own local third base. The Arbiter for now, but I always think Protoss should just plan to go careful. What? It worked too. Man, I don't know what I'm talking about. He actually got through the pylon wall with that. I've never seen that.
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to hop into our first game of the losers match. The losers, how would you word it to make it sound less offensive?
I think we just call them losers. We call them what they are. They both lost, so they're losers.
All right. I respect it. All right, looks like our players are ready, so we're gonna hop into game 1 of Radley versus RaNgeD on Polestar.
Oh, thanks. Switched it. Alrighty, we got Radley versus RaNgeD on Polestar. Pretty tricky TVP map. I think tricky for both players. There's just a lot of bases,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of pathways. Yeah, I've got confidence in my boy RaNgeD. I think RaNgeD takes the series 2-0. I think his PvT is very, very solid, and he's just got a very fundamentally sound PvT. Like, we saw SPX take him down and put a lot of pressure on him.
Look at that Patriot.
Indeed.
Yeah, I actually like this map, TVP as the Terran player. I feel like the 3 base is really easy to secure, and then going to 4th and 5th isn't really that hard compared to most maps if you end up going into later games.
Yes, it is that hard. You have to push up a high ground, or sometimes like 2 high ground. It's incredibly hard to take your 4th and your 5th on this map. And you also can't push anywhere because Protoss, they do the what Pantheon thing where they like just expand in like 2 lines. They just expand everywhere. So I'll beg to differ about the state of TVP on this map.
You sound like a Terran player right now.
Yeah, well, fits. Okay. It's a hard race, man. We got a lot of things to do. All right, looks like standard openings on both sides. We've got Rax Gas from Terran and Gate Gas from Protoss.
Mm-hmm.
RaNgeD scouted mid, which is very interesting. So he was like, that's not a common scout path. He was on the lookout for proxy BBS.
Yeah, I would never think Radley would do something like that, but I guess he just wants to be extra safe. He definitely is going to feel like he's the better player in the series, so it makes sense. He wants to make sure he doesn't die in anything silly. Just get to his game state that he likes, and if he does well in this game, I could see it being really good for him going into the next series, because after losing SPX like that, it could be really good for his confidence if he does get a good 2-0 here.
Absolutely, and I love seeing players take those like super small hits to their like efficiency just to be safe. I think it shows a lot of confidence, and it just shows that, like, look, I'm confident playing a macro game. I don't want to die to anything silly. You're probably gonna try to cheese me out. Like, I like it.
Yeah, looks like we're probably gonna get that. Actually, we went ranged, did we? Okay, so he's not doing his typical rangeless. He really is playing as safe as possible.
Interesting choice. Do you think there's a factor that he got FD'd like 2 times in a row, so now he's like, all right, I don't want to get FD'd again. Terrans are just sending Marines at me.
Well, he defended the FD really well, right? And
He
I was
did.
actually talking about this with him before the games today. We talked about FD specifically and how to respond. So I think he's just very comfortable playing against FD, even doing rangeless.
Well, that checks out because FD is so bad. It's such a cool build. I love it so much. It's like this old school build. You get to play with some units on the map, but it really has fallen off for a good reason. There's a couple of Koreans who will mix it in occasionally, like Royal will mix it in, and then some of the lower level guys like 4GG loves his FD. But
we have a medic push coming, by the way. It's going to be a medic FD, essentially.
what are we seeing, Ozzy? Explain the academy to me.
It's going to be an FD with I think 1 medic is what they normally do. This is one of... Yeah,
It's reaching.
he's getting stemmed then, probably.
Oh my god.
So, Yeah, Radley likes his weird stuff, and here we go. We're gonna get a medic stim kind of FD essentially.
Full disclosure, I've tried to make this build work without stim, just like 5 Marines or 6 Marines, a medic, and a
I
tank.
think it's really weak.
Yeah, it is. It's terrible. It doesn't work. Even at low level, it doesn't work. But Radley's, he's got his own take on it. He's getting stim.
Oh, there's also another thing that kind of happened that could be major. Because he went 4 Marines with the bunker, ranged, that goon is very, very low from checking the CC. So if that gets targeted, that can go down immediately when a fight breaks up.
So
What range is going to look for here? Sorry. I think one thing for range that's going to be really good here, having this high ground is going to force Radley to go up and around like this, so it does buy him a few extra seconds. And range knows that it's coming. He even went out to check when that scout happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, it at least gets him a little bit of extra time here. And we're making multiple tanks even.
I like this pathing from Radley. One thing that comes to mind for me with a build like this is I feel like it's very all in. So I wonder if you want like a second Rax, you know, cut SCV a little harder, make a second barracks. Ooh, that tank.
These goons are forfeit. He at least gets a tank, but they're gonna die here.
He can go north. Oh, does he lose 2? They're buying a lot of time. Okay, so he trades.
I think a Reaver. Okay, it's not. I thought maybe he was going for a quick Reaver, but it's going to be a minute before the Reaver is actually up.
What do we have? 5 goons out on the field. Looks like we have 5. Yeah, Protoss should be just fine. Marines. Now we have 6 goons. 7. Yeah, this will probably get crushed.
We're shooting up the high ground, so we lose 2 goons for that tank. I don't know if that was worth it. The one thing about stim Marines too is you can't just ignore the Marines to kill the tank like you can during a normal push like this, because the Marine DPS is actually pretty insane.
That is true. I will say, if you choose to go for targeting the tank down, like once you make that choice, you gotta kill the tank, and ranged did it about perfectly. I mean, he had a lot of missed shots, but he killed the tank and got out exactly perfectly. DC behind this. Dude, I love Radley. He's so creative. He does stuff that I would never expect, because in my brain it makes no sense, but it gives him an edge. He gets into these weird game states, and ranged is so confident that he's just going to make a Reaver and go kill Radley and all his stupid bio, and maybe he won't. We'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna say one thing that concerns me for Radley in this situation is how vulnerable he is to the Reaver. And these Marines actually gonna jump forward. I mean, you're gonna get 1 goon, but about 5 or 6 Marines and an SCV going down before that made it completely out of energy, so she's just there to watch more than anything.
But he did get a goon. He killed a Dragoon.
He got the goon. That part is undeniable.
It's kind of a victory. Like, when you're killing a Protoss unit with Marines, that's like kind of sick.
Is it? Alright.
Yeah.
I play BGH, so this is what I do all day, every day.
Bunker at the 3rd. What are we watching? I love this. Oh, what a legend.
Right. Range's gonna jump on those tanks. This is gonna cost him 3 goons though, because like I said, the stim bio DPS is not something to scoff at. We have like no Reaver defense though.
I love the creativity we're seeing here. Like, this is such a cool part of the foreign StarCraft scene is you see really creative, really different stuff. And we've got bunkers everywhere, a bunch of bio. We have bunkers at our 3rd, without a 3rd. This is very, very interesting. Like, not what you'd expect. And I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it is. We got double bunkers, like you said, at a base that doesn't even have a 3rd CC on it, so it's kind of funny.
I am a little bit worried about this Reaver drop. Protoss here.
Looks like there was a little misclick there with the reverse, so it took a little bit of extra damage from the SCVs, but gonna pick off that tank. Still two Zealots here wreaking havoc.
The Scarabs are the main issue at this point, just shooting out at the Reaver.
Yeah, Bio not the best against Reaver, to say the least. And these are even speed loss. We're gonna unload these SCVs and bring them, or these Marines and bring them back. We're still making Marines to try and defend this. Because, I mean, what anti-air do we have, right? We literally can only make Marines to fight it.
Hear me out, though. Azzy, we lock down the shuttle, we lock down the Reaver.
I mean, you're not wrong. I just don't think we're getting to Ghost in this game.
I think you might be right about that. Alright, Radley, he's saving his SCVs. He's getting some, excuse me, getting some production going, gonna try to defend his bases.
Yeah, he did start his third command center during this, which is fine, right? He's got to do something to maybe try and come back, but I think we're just going to die to this. I mean, we're down less than half supply at this point.
He needs tanks. He needs tanks on the high ground. Like, he needs, like, 10 tanks. 12, maybe. It's a lot of protoss. There's only 2 tanks. I think he might be in trouble.
He might be. We did make a fire bat, so there is a chance that we can hold this on the ramp.
Fire bat on the ramp, SCVs. If we can block the SCVs under the CC on the... Okay. GG. GG. Very creative, very interesting build. You don't see Stim and Medics a lot. Like, comes up occasionally. We saw Light do it against, I think it was Tyson in ASL. So it comes up occasionally. It's very, very fun to see what the ideas are and just different styles of play.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, Radley, always an entertainer, for sure. It's always interesting to see what craziness he's going to pull out. I don't know if he ever practices any of these builds or if he just gets into a game and he's like, this is what I want to do this game. That's not something I've seen him do before, so I don't know if this was just a spur of the moment, got an itch to try something or what happened, but it was entertaining.
I wonder that too. It felt prepared to me. It felt prepared, but maybe it was just a spur of the moment, like, hey, I'm gonna drop Academy. I think this guy might go DT, so I'll go Academy and put some pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw a little bit of the potential. He killed a few goons, right, at one point, and like felt like it was going relatively well, so... but that being said, I feel like RaNgeD did micro it relatively well, did a good job targeting the tanks. I don't know if sieging the tanks was necessarily good when he only had like the 1 or 2 tanks, right? It just felt like we didn't have enough tanks to punish yet if he tries to dive in, but looks like our players are ready. We're going to be playing on Radion for our second map here. A nice balanced map, and yeah, we're going to hop right into it.
Here we go. We got game 2, RaNgeD against Radley. We have RaNgeD is the top right Protoss.
And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have our very creative Polish Terran Radley.
I like that he's leaning into what he does best, which is like offbeat, unorthodox, creative plays.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to compete at Pro League level, I think you gotta have pretty streamlined stuff. I think like I would have rather seen him, you know, add an extra racks instead of the CC and just fully go all in. I think the CC behind it, I think RaNgeD is just a little bit too solid. That being said, it's easy to say in hindsight, you know. Maybe in a different world, Radley secures 3 bases very, very quickly and is able to fend off the Reaver and heck into like a very, very nice macro game with a bunch of factories and a bunch of SCVs.
And Ghost.
And Ghost.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Radley because his he even says like his favorite StarCraft moment. I don't know if you saw. It specifically talked about the nukes, right? And my biggest fear for Radley right now is him getting through this entire group without getting to cast a single nuke. Like, did he really get to play StarCraft if he's not nuking somebody?
I would say the answer to that is no. I think he needs to be nuking, and I respect it.
Alright, I think I expect to see it just another nice, simple 23 Nexus from RaNgeD here.
Yeah, 23. I could even see him playing for like a 29 Nexus and just making lots of goons. Feeling extra confident after winning such a convincing game 1.
I hate 29 Nexus, personally. Yeah.
Too safe.
It's
Is it
too
too
safe.
many-
It's too
too
safe, right? I feel like 23 Nexus does kind of already cover everything. A later Nexus to me feels like you wanted to be aggressive more so than defensive. I think 23 Nexus is like a really nice defensive setup. This is a nice wall from Radley. It's preventing himself from even getting out to scout. It's working so well. We do have the Zealot opener from RaNgeD, so it's going to be a later Nexus, but we're going to get I wasn't watching. I think this will be 2 Zealots. Actually, it may just be 1. May just be a single Zealot here. Zealot and a Goon. I think this was 14 Zealot.
And Radley should be in good position. He's got a great Sim City to work with for his Marines. And
It's a nice
this
city.
this is one way Terran can get ahead early against Protoss. Is keeping your Marines alive and, you know, dealing a lot of damage to that Zealot or even killing it. I think it's the only way Terran can get ahead against Protoss early.
Wow, actually gonna catch that SCV. And looks like this Zealot not gonna commit. We may do the yeah, okay, he's gonna do the 1 Goon, Zealot, and Probe. And we're skipping the Vulture, so this is really bad for Radley, actually.
Yeah, he's got to pull like 3 SCVs to his natural like immediately. And you're gonna lose a couple SCVs on the low ground, but you gotta fight with SCVs, get your bunker up.
I'm surprised RaNgeD committed to the high ground here. Typically you're happy even just like delaying the Nexus or the CC because your Nexus is gonna end up so far ahead, but yeah, we chase the Marines up here and we're gonna try and jump on top of this and fight it. And we might catch this Vulture. Yeah, the Vulture's gonna go down. And both Marines, all 3 Marines rather, second Dragoon shows up and... Okay, this is really bad for Radley. These SCVs are gonna be chasing Goons for a while.
This is spiraling out of control quickly. I mean, this is a nice swift punishment from RaNgeD for going Machine Shot before Vulture. It's great as Terran if you can get away with it because your mines are much faster. But as is, Radley's taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's not too bad in the sense that we didn't lose many SCVs, but obviously we haven't been mining with a bunch of SCVs for a very long time. Goons are absolutely horrible at killing SCVs. If I knew my opponent was going to master Goons, I would make like 4 or 5 CCs and just make mass SCVs to kill them.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
That being said, it is pretty painful for Radley because he's going to be replacing these Marines. Lost that Vulture, so he's not going to have the map control. You know, he went for that add-on before Vulture into Vulture, so like really wanted to get 9s as fast as possible, and then he ended up getting a block, so this is definitely not what Radley wanted.
And it looks like he might be trying to progress toward like a free tank push. Sometimes the fast machine shop indicates they want to like get their tanks going quickly and have that like 630, 645 3 tank push. And we do see a second factory and no eBay, no armory yet. But RaNgeD is playing very safe against this. He's not dropping a fast 3rd or any really expensive tech. So he should have enough stuff.
Yeah, RaNgeD are going to test up on here and Gonna see 2 tanks. It's gonna be a bit of a 3-tank push potentially. I think he might just be repairing and going. We'll see. Usually you would make a couple more Marines, I think, with this, but in this case, we are not doing so. So I'm not totally sure if he's actually pushing or if this is meant to be defensive.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. The Academy usually is not involved with the 3-tank push. So it may be that he just wants to threaten a 3-tank push and then use these tanks defensively. Looks like he's starting a couple turrets and facing the classic 44 supply block.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna go with 5. I have to remember there's also a 5-tank push, but things are a little bit too delayed. The Reaver is gonna be out too, so it would be ill-advised if he does actually go for a push out at this point. Got the 3 gate behind this for ranged. He's gonna take that kind of later third, probably around like 8-ish minutes, but might be able to find some damage here with this Reaver.
Do you feel carriers coming?
Not yet. He might. I can definitely see it. You know, if he gets some good damage here, I can see him transition to carrier. But he's gonna get back away from this turret. Unlock these 2. Unload these 2 zealots. Get a nice shot on top of 2 of these tanks, actually. Oh no, we shot the
Slight
missed
misclick.
opportunity. Yeah. He does kill the turret though. Actually, with a zealot, he targeted it pretty nicely. So it's gonna open up the chance to come in here with this Reaver.
And it looks like he's got speed on that shuttle. That's a quick boy flying around. Radley has a lot of tanks.
Nice.
-1. Still has -2. Radley has tanks. Still.
It was good of a range to recognize the 2 soft tanks there up on the top. Help them sieging as well, so really nice. 4 range, gonna come back and get the second Reaver. So definitely very happy for ranged. If he wants to transition to carrier, this is definitely a game state where he could potentially go for it. You know, he's got his 3 gates up, he's got his 2 Reavers, and that's kind of all you really need if the early game's gone good for you.
Yep. And Radley is doing a good job. He's filling out his tech. Like, he's got scanners, he's got his upgrade, his 3rd factory. He has a nice spread of his tanks, so he should be pretty safe from Reaver harassment. And it looks like there may be some more Reaver harassment. That shuttle is poking around.
Yeah, it's just going to control the front here. He's got the observer here spotting up front now, so these Reavers are going to be for punishing any sort of move out as much as he can. We're going to see the extra gateways, the Citadel come down, and he is just going to try to... I think he'll shuttle style from here, right? That's what I imagine.
Yeah, that's a really natural transition. Just, he's got the speed already, and those 2 Reavers. Might even see a second Robo. It's very fun to see that heavy shuttle style. So Radley scanned the 3rd base from ranged, so he has full information about what Protoss is doing. Like, he knows about the Reaver, he knows about the 3rd timing. Curious how he's going to respond. You know, he can go into double armory, he can go into like a 5, 6, 7 fac push. Looks like he's leaning toward the upgrade Terran style.
Yeah, we've kind of been in these situations before where it's like you have a bad fight or a bad early game where something goes wrong, and the next depressing thought you have is, if I win this game, it's going to be 30 minutes from now.
I know. Oh, the life of the Terran.
So I think that's why we see the starport. He knows he can't really go for a push. There's just no way we could push from here. So I think this SCV on the top right corner, that's going to be a command center. And he's just going to try and play it very, very slowly. Which is another reason why I think carriers can actually be very strong after an early game like that.
Yeah, agreed. But I like what Radley's doing. I think this playstyle, this build choice suits his playstyle very well. Like, just getting really, really good upgrades and just having the army be so strong. Like, when you get 2-1 finished quickly, your army gets really, really strong.
Oh yeah. It is single armory though, right? I don't think I saw a second armory, so it's just going to be purely,
Good.
yeah, just
Good
single
catch.
armory for now.
You're an observant guy, Ozzy. You notice things. Very nice.
It's part of my job, man.
I notice a lot of speed loss and a large Protoss army.
Yeah, couldn't sneak that one by you, huh? Yeah, Range is gonna sit out here and make it miserable for Radley to come out of his base.
This is like a medieval battle where you've got like, you know, your bunch of catapults like behind your castle wall. I mean, I don't know how medieval battles work, but we got catapults in our fortress. That's the 5 tanks on the high ground. Nothing can come in here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the catapults behind the wall do still have friendly fire, so killed one of his own tanks shooting that zealot there.
Yeah, that's the issue with catapults. Is, you know, sometimes you're gonna launch stones that hit your own stuff.
Yeah, as long as you're the one managing the catapult, though, it's fun.
A lot of shuttles. Well, 2.
We're actually gonna go for the bust here. We'll lose 1 shuttle before it drops anything, but gonna get at least 4 zealots here on the high ground while we're busting through the front. Gonna kill a bunch of these tanks. If nothing else, this just makes it that much longer before Radley could take us third. I like this from range, honestly. Take this fight back up. And did we lose? Oh, did we lose our Reaver? That was the shuttle that died. Had the Reavers in it.
Yeah, lost the Reavers. Lost the Reavers. But now we have High Templar, even better than Reavers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the trade though, like you pointed out. Like, simplifies the game state a bit when you trade down, and especially when Range can refill his supply very quickly.
Yeah,
And we're
exactly.
getting about 13.5-minute mark, so very solid time for Radley to take his third. I spotted something interesting. Did you spot anything interesting?
Well, you know what this is really good against. Okay. We need lockdowns to stop the shuttle drops. And
Yes.
it's actually good though. It's not realistic because it's too much to do, but in theory, this is really strong.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that.
Look, I genuinely believe that Radley's theoretical game is actually like S++ level. It's just anybody's ability to execute it. It's too hard. It's too much.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
I was
does.
watching one of his ladder games. He was doing like a max supply fight, and he had about 10 ghosts, and he was unironically casting lockdowns on all the Dragoons during the fight. And it's like, yeah, I guess, but
That's
we really can't be doing something better than that
it's a high degree of difficulty.
for very, very little payoff. That's why I love it.
But I'll be so excited if we see lockdown on some shuttles.
Yeah, big triple drop here. Gonna get some SCVs with that storm. Gonna drop another one here in the main and shoot the command center. But does at least get some SCVs on the top side. And this is one of those moments where you're so far ahead that any trading is good trading.
And you mentioned before the game, like, we need to see some nukes from Radley. I think we're going to. I think he's going to kill one of his comsats and make it happen. If he survives.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, did we get a comsat on our third? Probably. I'd imagine so. Oh, nothing yet. Okay. There's potential here.
Saving the comsat.
Definitely wants to get on my gas pretty soon, though. He's got, I think, 2 SCVs in total on gas. Okay, 3. Does get some vultures top left. You know, whatever we can get. Put some mines down here, maybe pick a couple of units off. But he has a tough road ahead of him if he's going to win this game.
He does. RaNgeD just has really, really solid macro play, and he's scaled his economy really nicely. I mean, he's got 5 bases. He's taken the bottom left corner. I mean, when a Protoss takes both corners, that's about the scariest thing that they can do, beside Protoss carriers. And yeah, it puts a real clock on Terran to get out there and
I
start
like
pushing.
this. I think Range could have done this a little bit sooner, but I still like it at this timing as well. He is beginning the transition into carrier. We got that double star cyber core coming down, so he will be working towards carriers relatively soon. I think that's what we're building the bottom of his main right now. Oh, no, just more gateways. So I don't know yet.
Yeah, he's going up to 3 Forge, 2 Cybernetics core, so he just wants all the upgrades.
And Radley doing what he needs to do as well. Just playing it nice and slow. Like I said,
like-
after the early game, we win at the 45-minute marker later.
Heck
If we
yeah.
win.
I like the use of the medic. He's healing up his weakened SCVs at the natural mineral line.
I guess it didn't even occur to me. Like I saw the medic healing and I was like, yeah, this is normal because you're always playing bio against Zerg.
Okay, Radley has made his next objective, and that is to take the 6 o'clock base.
Now he did scan the double cyber core. So if he realized that, he at least knows the carrier is somewhere in the game plan there for ranged.
If you're a Protoss, do you even want to go carriers against Radley? Because he's going to lock down all of your carriers.
That's true. He's already got the counter. I do find if someone has really good carrier micro, it's actually extremely hard to lock down the carrier because they do outrange the lockdown.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, I experienced it firsthand. It's a very
Radley's,
frustrating feeling.
it must be. It must be trying to lock down a carrier. You can't even reach it.
Yeah.
Gas seems to be the bottleneck here for Radley. I think he's missing 1 SCV on his main. And hopefully he's got his natural. Got plenty on his natural. There's third base. Okay, clearing the mines is great. You don't want mines blowing up your own stuff against shuttle style when you push out. I think Ranged will be pretty happy to do a big trade here so he can start up a bunch of carriers.
Yeah, so this part of the game can be a little bit tricky as Protoss. So what Range would look for is he wants a fight where he does trade and still retains like at least a lot of his goon count, right? Because you want to like fight, trade, even rebuild a bunch of the zealots, keep some goons, and then use the extra. There we go. There's the lockdowns on the shuttles you wanted, and those probably have high tempo in them, by the way.
These lockdowns are huge. Both of those shuttles are out of the fight. All the units inside those shuttles are paralyzed for 30 seconds, give or take. Now Radley is pushing out with his main army. Effectively has a, I don't know, 12 supply advantage? A lot of supply advantage. This is huge for Radley. This is his moment.
Now, I think it's 8 tempo to be fair. So I think it does actually make a big difference here in the trading for range. Radley does have a really big bank, by the way, behind this. He's going to try and take 6 o'clock while we're doing this. And yeah, Ranged will have queued carriers and then also be remaking a bunch of ground behind us. But we got to be careful not to bleed off a bunch of our units. I think he just wants these shuttles to be saved.
He's trading and he's hemorrhaging some supply. He does have a decent bank, so he'll be able to remax pretty quickly, but he did pump a bunch of money into carriers. Radley mined out his natural, but he's secured some space mid. Has how many factories is that? 4, 8, 10 factories. Plus the barracks churning ghosts. So he's got a lot of production and a lot of money. So he's kind of cooking. I think Radley's kind of cooking here.
He is, for sure. He's got the 3-1 upgrades, right? We do have a lot of carrier about to pop, though. And I think with all these carriers coming out, the game is going to get very, very hard for Radley. Ranged, very good at carrier control. He's not like some people that you and I know personally that will lose their carriers to turrets. He controls them much better than that. So I'm a little bit worried for the future of Radley in this game.
I don't know. I think he's got the counter to carriers on the field, which is lockdown, if you can get in range. He's got 10 factory churning out Goliath, nearly maxed. He has a fresh 4th base, and a very clear plan. You know, he's gonna slowly work his way to the left side of the map and try to secure those bases. So I'm kind of feeling bullish on Radley here. I think Radley might take this one. It'll just come down to a few intense moments of micro.
The part that does concern me for range actually is we don't have a bank right now at all. Like Radley has a much bigger bank than us, so if we do have a couple bad fights, like if we did actually get some of these carriers locked down and we lose these shuttles or something for free, then he's not going to be able to replenish very well.
Yeah, it's interesting that his bank is kind of small. I wonder if he made like too many production buildings, because he did add a ton of Stargates. Those are good psionic
Swarms are huge.
Yeah, that's the Protoss High Templar, very good unit.
Yeah, cleared a lot of that mineral line there, but we are getting the lockdowns. 3 of these carriers out of the fight right now. He just doesn't have a way to kind of reach them and kill them right now. I think he can reach the 1.
God, huge to get those lockdowns, though. I mean, those are relatively free carriers. One more,
okay,
Goliath,
that's true.
shoot infinite. Is he going to get 3? No.
Okay, slightly out of range.
Wow, this is beautiful. Beautiful play from the Polish Terran. I really like what we're seeing.
Radley's not going to win this, right? This is actually playable for Radley. If he can work his way to bottom left, then I actually really like his position.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking ranged down a dark pathway, and he's the one holding the lantern. This is his territory. This is what he does. This is what he trains for, and here he is on the top 4 in stage in Pro League, showing his moves, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, game state is close to Radley favored. Like I said, if we get one more base up for Radley, I actually really like his position. And he does have the CC done. He's going to start working towards his bottom left. Now, this is going to be very hard to take, especially with the high ground High Templar. High ground High Templar and carriers, cannons, all this stuff. So Radley's going to have to be very meticulous about how he pushes through this so that he doesn't lose too much.
GT in the mix, good scan. Radley has a nice tank count, so he should be able to clear these gateway forces that are attacking in. And he has very nice sim cities and good mines. So this will be very efficient trading for the Terran.
Yeah,
And
I'm
at the
surprised
same
range
time,
is doing this because this does not feel like a priority to me right now. I feel like holding bottom left would be much more high priority.
well, ranged, he has many strengths. He also has a very creative ability to throw games from a huge advantage, like nobody else can do. Oh, we got Dark Archons. Amazing.
Is this for feedback? This might be for feedback on the Ghost. What do we think?
I think it's gonna be for mind control. I think he wants
So.
some ghosts of his own. We will see.
right.
We shall see. Could be for feedback. Could be for mind control.
Only 3 carriers down here right now with 3 more joining, so the carrier count not very high. That being said, neither is the Goliath count. But the Ghost count is plenty high enough. 1 shot and that carrier is out of the fight.
God, these lockdowns are so cool. 4 more ghosts coming in. We could see all of these carriers get locked down.
I think we're going to. Looks like range wasn't looking, so 3 carriers locked down in the moment, only 2 currently able to fight. And I think these are like All right. The carriers are now out of the fight.
Beautiful. RaNgeD doing a desperation counterattack. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 locked down carriers with only one active carrier that has to retreat because all of its buddies are stuck in lockdown. And Radley is pushing his way up this ramp, and he's setting himself up to take this game. There is a little bit of pressure at his natural from this small Dragoon army, but he should be able to hold his ramp.
Yeah, as I said, he needed to very efficiently take this corner base, and that's about as efficient as you could have ever hoped for right there.
God, this is such impressive and solid play from Radley. I think RaNgeD is feeling a little bit unsure how to deal with this. This may be something he hasn't really played against before, or maybe not for a long time.
Yeah, these storms are really good, so it's going to be able to hold this high ground at least, and this counterattack did at least stop Radley from reinforcing for a very long time. We're still continuing to make carriers, and I'm going to be honest with you, from what we've seen so far, the carrier value has been just about zero. It's been very large donations because of these lockdowns.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, the lockdown play has been so strong. Radley, very, very good with his ghosts.
Yeah, and RaNgeD has no bank. I don't know what exactly has happened with his eco. Maybe we're light on probes or we weren't mineral smoothing very well, but yeah, not much to work with at the moment.
Okay, let's see what these Dark Archons are for. They're coming in. We have mind control on a tank. You don't see that, ladies and gentlemen. You just don't see that.
All right, we got this tank on the high ground now as RaNgeD. It does go down immediately because of the upgrades.
But it's still a kill. God,
I will say, as a BJH player, have you ever had to fight through siege tanks that are behind cannons? It's literally impossible to break with ground units.
I never have. That sounds very scary. Siege tanks are good. Cannons are good. I think if we got to that sort of scenario, Radley would just start dropping nukes.
Oh yeah.
How are you feeling? Who do you think takes this game?
I mean, I feel like it's Radley favorite right now, right? It's kind of close. It's a little hard to tell. I mean, our mineral smoothing hasn't been great for RaNgeD, but it also means these bases are not that close to mining out either. So the longer he holds on to this bottom left, the better. And Radley's supply is starting to dip down a fair amount now.
I'm just so completely entertained, and I'm so glad that Radley got to play this game, because I think he wasn't quite able to show his final form in the games leading up to this, but here we're seeing, like, he's really doing some very cool, very powerful stuff, and making use of some really unique strategies.
I love this barracks, by the way. He built this barracks down here so he can reinforce it with Ghost at the source.
Brilliant.
That being said, we only have that single Ghost right now, and it doesn't quite have enough for lockdown, so his carriers might finally be able to do a little bit of work for the first time this game.
Excellent Goliath micro. Took out a bunch of carriers, then retreated when the storm came down.
RaNgeD is back to max now. And Radley does need one more base, I think, before I would say that he can win this game. And we are going to take this one, but I feel like there's no way we get to keep that currently.
Yeah, that is a bit of a YOLO base. And I do think that Radley does need to stop the mining that's happening bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
because you do need a proper map split. Like, if to mine that base out, he'll essentially have a 2-base advantage in the remaining map split.
Yep. And that's kind of what Protoss is looking for in this situation. They're making it where it's so miserable to come up this ramp, and they're just mining it the entire time, so that by the time maybe you finally break through, there's just not even anything there for you anymore. Got a big push coming towards this base here, but all these carriers are getting back together. There's no ghost with this push, and this is a lot of carriers.
Okay, one ghost coming in, trailing in. Two ghosts trailing in. We could see some lockdown here. 1, 2, yes, 3, yes! Now kill all the carriers with the Goliath. Huge.
And a lot of these carriers were fresh, by the way, so he didn't actually have like hardly any interceptors.
Oh, that's a devastating storm. Blanketing the tank and Goliath, but the carriers are still stuck. They're frozen.
Yeah, Radley wins this fight. He's gonna clean all this up, and that was incredibly expensive for range. That was like 9 carriers.
I'm shook. This is brilliant play from the Polish Terran, Radley.
That was so efficient for him that can he still win this without another base?
Hey, if he can deny this top left sort of base, what is that? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? That would be
It's like
huge.
9:45. We'll say 9:52.
Quarter of 10. Yeah, 8 till 10. Base. You know, because then he just needs to secure both of these left-hand side bases. It'll be golden. RaNgeD still making carriers. What do you think about that choice? Would you ever switch out of carriers and feel like, God,
I
he's so
absolutely
good with
would've.
lockdown? You know?
Yeah, 100% I would have. I feel like he's going Goliath and Ghost. At this point, I just feel like a simple ground army would actually do much, much better than these carriers have done.
Yeah, like a heavy, getting back to Zealot Dragoon, like, I do think he has 333 on his ground.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this, right? This is trading better than all those carriers did. All right, little attack force gonna get cleaned up there. Radley is working towards his base, and since those carriers all got killed, there's actually nothing to threaten this base anymore. Okay, we're going scouts.
Going scouts.
What? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing anymore. Are we just trying to meet the weirdness that Radley set?
I think so. I think that's the idea. He's like, this is so crazy. I need to do something crazy. And it's scouts.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, scouts are not the answer to all these Goliath.
They're just going to get locked down, just like the carriers.
And they're not even that much less expensive than carriers. Scouts are incredibly expensive.
This is the craziest game I've seen in a long time.
Alright, that storm just killed like 5 ghosts. I don't even know who I'd say is winning right now. I still think it's Radley with this extra base that's online. Oh, we're not even mining with our workers right now.
I think so too, but I don't know how. I have full map vision. I've played this game for 20 years. I have no idea what is going on, what is happening. But Radley has been in the lab cooking up his own homebrew, and he's brought it to the BSL ProLeague, and he's taking out one of the stronger foreign Protosses. This is just amazing.
There was suddenly a massive dip in supply for Radley. All of a sudden, we're up 80 supply. RaNgeD has got like an incredible fight. Can even catch this stray ghost, which is the backbone of Radley's army.
Must have been the scouts, man. Must have been the scouts.
And Radley on 1 base mining right now. RaNgeD not mining his top left still, I think, because he's trying to save it for later in the game. Very, very smart play. Just like something Primal would do.
They're skirmishing, they're scrapping.
And yeah, Radley's supply suddenly, it's so low that he can't actually fight anymore. But RaNgeD, running out of economy too, like there's not a lot of mining left for him on the map right now. Like, he can retake that base on the left. And that's just about it. He's going to try and break through this position.
Radley is pulling together all the units he can find. Sometimes when the game gets like this, we go grab your units or your rally. But then you also just go check each base and you can find like one tank here, one tank there.
Yep.
And those extra units can really make the difference in a game that's this close. Radley really needs to keep this base alive and mining. This is his last,
mining base. It looks like he just doesn't quite have enough anti-air anymore to deal with these just 2 remaining carriers. Okay, much more Goliath out here, but losing a lot of SCVs in the meantime. Meanwhile, RaNgeD still at 175 supply, just about doubling Radley's supply at the moment. And it looks like, I don't even know exactly, I guess we just got such a good fight there in the middle a little bit ago that it went from like looking good for Radley to just suddenly ran out of steam.
Yeah,
like, just completely burnt out.
It really turned. Radley was playing such a nice game, and he's played such a nice game, but it does look like the tide is turning against him. He's got a struggling economy, and his supply is plummeting. But hell of a show.
Yeah. Yeah, if nothing else, he definitely showed us the power of Ghost against RaNgeD with a shake of his head there.
That was amazing.
Not
amazing.
Looking amused at all by that game.
We saw Ghost, we saw Mind Control, we saw Scouts.
Yeah, we saw about everything you could hope to see in a PvT.
Amazing. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah, I will be back. Great game.
All right, sounds good. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to hop into the decider match of the group today. It's going to be RaNgeD versus SPX, a rematch from earlier. First map is going to be on Polestar here, and we'll see if RaNgeD can maybe get a little bit of revenge. Looks like our players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and hop into the game.
Beautiful. I'm excited to see what these players have cooked up for this second series.
Yeah, we'll see if that last game gave RaNgeD some confidence or took some away. But here, spawning in the top right corner, we have SPX.
And in the bottom left corner, we have the North American Protoss RaNgeD.
Yeah.
And as this game gets underway, I just want to take a moment to say, Ozzy, I appreciate you. Thank you for your casting here. You're a wonderful, wonderful caster. And I'll give a couple shout outs to some people in the chat. Got Wolfix in there, Diggity's in there, TT1, Carson, Radley, Raz, Keen in the chat. Appreciate you, Keen. A lot of cool people hanging out.
Yeah.
What a great scene we have.
Yeah, I was worried maybe a lot of people wouldn't want to show up for all the TVTs, but we've actually had pretty decent viewership today, which is nice to see. So it's just people that love StarCraft, right? None of this biased, oh, I hate TVT, so I'm not watching nonsense.
I love it, man. You got to show up for the BSL. The quality is just too high. The players are so good.
Yeah, this has been a good group today, too. I mean, and for me, the biggest, the biggest one for me was UltrA, right? I don't know UltrA very well, but I was very impressed with his play today. His TVT, I guess, is all we got to see, but I really liked the way he played TVT. It gave me some things to think about.
Yeah, me too. He really showed that he has a good head on his shoulders, and he played very consistently and very, very solidly. Like, you know, StarCraft is hard, especially when you have to play a bunch of games against good players. And he had a really consistent performance in all of his games. He was able to fight from behind. He had some really, really good build order adjustments and choices. So he showed great play.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see who can pull this match out. I'm obviously big fan of RaNgeD. He did get 2-0'd by SPX earlier, but we'll see if after that series with Radley, if maybe his confidence is a little bit higher. Or it could be lower, honestly. After losing a bunch of carriers to Ghost, he might not be feeling too good about himself right now.
It could be lower. It probably is lower. I think his confidence is probably fairly shattered from, you know, that series. Just it had a bunch of tough moments, even though he did pull it out. Curious to see what kind of builds he chooses. I know RaNgeD has quite a deep bag of builds. I would kind of like to see him wheel out some invisible assassins, maybe like a FE into DT or something.
And we're going 17 Nexus. So
nice fast.
Yeah, so I just watched a replay with him right before his games today. We were watching Rich, which he's a big fan of Rich, right? And Rich did this like 17 Nexus, where he goes 17 Nexus, and then he goes up to 25 supply and doesn't make another pylon. He just waits on the Nexus. And he goes 25 Robo, 25 Gateway.
Ooh, very interesting. It's a nice optimization.
It was really cool to see, because what ends up happening is he does this, and he doesn't make a third gateway or anything. He just stays on 2 gate and keeps making goons. And the observer gets out at a timing where if a 3-tank push is coming, he'll see with the observer. And if he sees the 3 tanks, then he adds 2 more gateways. If he doesn't see the tank, then he just takes a really early third nexus.
I like that. So it's got kind of a built-in decision tree based on what the observer sees.
Yeah.
And, you know, really at that stage of the game, like 3-tank push is the most threatening thing. And if that's not coming, you really want to get that quick third nexus down. Because other stuff, like dropship play, vulture play, you can just defend with goons and observers.
Yeah. That being said, RaNgeD did make the extra pylon, so I don't know if this is a mistake or not. We see 27 out of 42, so it's like he was doing it, then he got uncomfortable and changed his mind. So maybe a little bit suboptimal here for range. So we are just gonna have that single gateway at the moment.
I see, yeah. And pretty quick second factory from our top right Terran. I think cross map free tank pushes are still okay. I prefer when they hit a little bit later, like doing like a 730 push with 4 tanks and targeting the third base instead of the natural. It's kind of a nice way to play a similar game plan, but a little bit later, and it works a little bit better cross map. But he also could just be going like 2 factory speed vulture. We'll just see when he drops that armory.
I think we're gonna get aggression here from SPX, but it is gonna be 3-gate robo from range. So if SPX does push out, he's gonna have a lot of guns to crush it. Yeah, and we're gonna see them move out from SPX. So as long as range doesn't miss any macro cycles from here, he should have another 2 or 3 goons by the time this shows up. And I like this. So I like playing 3-gate robo against what SPX is doing, because you should realistically just roll this.
Yeah, you should have enough. I think as the Terran player, if you're really on top of stuff, you can usually get your tanks out alive. Because you can get some information by sending your vultures ahead and counting units and realizing like, okay, I'm not going to kill this guy, so you don't end up too far behind. He could get a really nice angle here if he's able to just like, he's going in pretty aggressively, so he's going to need to get some really good mines down. This is a great probe drill from RaNgeD, and he looks to be cleaning this up very, very efficiently.
Yeah, he's gonna try to chase this. You gotta be a little bit careful because of the mines, obviously. Does get a volley off on that tank, and yeah, the mines are gonna push him back so he doesn't get to chase down these tanks immediately anyway, but SPX actually stops here a little bit. He's gonna try and hold off high ground.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. You can just linger here for like, 5 or 10 seconds and get a slightly favorable engagement. He's obviously not going to stay there for too long because eventually he'll get overrun. But yeah, he sees the third.
This is siege run on the way. There's a potential window here for range if he goes straight across the map with these guns in this observer. And yeah, there's the full wall, so I think he's planning on testing it.
Yeah, this is can be tricky. Depends, when the siege mode finishes. And
okay, so he just finished, extra tank comes out.
Having the barracks at the natural makes you feel a lot safer because you can always just drop a depot.
Yeah, so range is going to test it back up, but all in all, I feel like this is good for range so far. I like its position at the moment.
Yep, it feels good for range, but perfectly playable for SPX. Like,
yeah,
he was able to keep, I think, 2 of his tanks alive. So he didn't lose too much, but he was just doing a little checkpoint. Like, hey, are you going to defend this free tank push? Are you going to have your gateways and your goons? And range was on top of it.
Yeah, he's going to catch these. SPX has been watching the highlight reel, trying to fit that vulture through there, but it doesn't go. He wanted to make the video as well.
And it looks like we're going to see a third CC on location, which is a bold choice.
Very bold. Considering how many guns are out, that's scary to me. If range was aware, he could definitely punish it, but he doesn't know right now, so SPX kind of taking advantage of, I guess, the lack of kind of map vision that range currently has. The observer is obviously in his base, and he sees just the 3 factories, right? So range should be kind of suspicious that we're at the 9-minute mark and we're not seeing any extra factories.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get into a mode of just hoping that's all they have.
Yeah.
And looks like he is going to go scout this third base, and we'll see how he reacts. I don't think he'll be able to deny this base.
Yeah.
Once there's a turret up and the tanks are in position, oh, what a response. I love
Wait,
this.
this is a perfect time to go carry, by the way. This low factory count into the third. I don't know if RaNgeD realized this or if it was just a coincidence, but this is kind of best case scenario for RaNgeD, I think, going into this.
My feeling is that he probably did realize it. I think this feels like reactive carriers.
SPX
He
did scan, but he does not see the carriers. This could very well just blindside XPF in the game.
Yeah, the one tell was the spinning core, but that can be hard to notice.
True. Yeah, well, SPX is good enough that he actually should have noticed that. That's kind of dumb of me not to have pointed that out. So yeah, he does see the core, like you said. So I can't imagine SPX didn't notice that. So surely, with the lack of tech, the spinning core, he can surmise what's going on here.
Yeah. So Terran's got a couple options here. I think my favorite option is what SPX is doing, which is skip the starport, stack a bunch of factories, just play 1-1 Mass Goliath off 3 base. And then I wouldn't even call it an all-in, like, because his economy and his infrastructure is so good, he can always catch up and upgrades later.
Yep.
But it's a nice simple way to play where you have a big army and you can put on a lot of pressure.
And you can expand behind it very easily while you're leaning on Protoss. Yeah, like when you're doing this Goliath push and stuff, and the Protoss is staying at home with their carriers, it's a good time to start dropping bases in kind of random places as the Terran. You start expanding like you're the Protoss, or even a Zerg player, just take bases on the other corners.
It's a great way to exploit the slow move speed of carriers. Do you think part of RaNgeD's thought process here is he wants to get the carriers in play before ghosts are in play?
It's very possible. Yeah, this isn't so much that we're going carriers because the early game went well for us, we're going carriers because we need to beat the ghost timing. That's actually very likely.
There's no ghosts left yet, which is important. I like that Austin's gonna take these two high ground bases, like the bottom middle base and the mid left base. Those bases are pretty nice to defend with cannons against. I mean, Goliath's upper ramp against cannons. Have fun. So those are good bases to take. And I mean, he's getting into carrier tech. Like, high economy Protoss with carriers is a very scary thing for any Terran.
Looks like SPX wants to take 12 o'clock. It seems like he's not in a hurry to push into this, but he's making enough Goliath, so it's very clear that he's aware that there are... Or maybe this SCV is just here preemptively for when he's ready to expand during the push.
Did you catch if RaNgeD built any Reavers? Because I saw the support bay. So I guess that's a fake support bay.
Yeah, it's possible. It also may have been... Yeah, I guess maybe it was just a fake, yeah. But right now, RaNgeD is maxed with carriers out, and carriers are incredibly supply efficient against Terran. This is a really bad angle, yeah, for RaNgeD to be fighting though. Lots of stuff there in the middle to kind of trap his army, make it hard for him to move around. The Zealots don't have speed currently yet either, and I think we're only on 4 carriers.
Yeah, this is dicey. RaNgeD really wants to play the retreat game. Force him to siege up, retreat, buy time for the interceptors and the air upgrades. So SPX is doing exactly what you described of just grabbing a couple of bases. And he might even take the mid-right base also.
Yeah, RaNgeD trying to be very patient with this engagement. He's trying to get as many interceptors as he can before he starts the fight. But bleeding off a lot of Zealots so far. Not quite ready to take the fight yet. May just go for a counterattack? Which to me would be insane in this position. Alright, gonna come back down and fight this army a little bit, pick off a couple Goliath, back up. He seems unsure of whether or not he wants to take this fight.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this army movement from RaNgeD, where he's not directly confronting the Protoss army or the Terran army, but he's staying in range that he could if he wanted to. That is changing as he's going for full-on counterattack.
Well, what I expect we're going to see then is counterattack with DTs behind it, right? This is a pretty standard annoying situation that Protoss likes to create. Just chaos everywhere, and then DTs start trickling out. Yep, there it is.
Snipe all the scanners, you know.
It's a lot of DTs, and yeah, we're going to see him targeting the scanners now. SPX, this is really hard to manage with your Terran. There's just so much going on, and Protoss doesn't really need to look at their DTs that much. Did at least split off a couple tanks here. Looks like he killed a lot of the probes there in that base of these. RaNgeD is taking the bottom right. We're building turrets in our main base, and now it's just absolute chaos.
This is incredible play from RaNgeD. His maneuver with his army worked perfectly, so he really had planned that out of like counterattacking, making a bunch of DTs to defend. SPX having to pull back, that never feels good, because now you're going to be walking up a ramp into carriers. There's a bunch of units on your production. The positives for Terran here are the 2 bases that he's taken. Like, they're not saturated yet, but eventually they will be. Yeah, this is a tough game state for both. I mean, it's a little bit easier for Protoss to execute because you just kind of fly your carriers around and DTs are invisible. But if you start losing carriers,
actually, both players are barely mining right now.
That's right. The economy is really tight because RaNgeD lost his natural, so he's got a mined out main almost, and then his 2 expansions. God, that's so many DTs.
Yeah, he's gonna lose his 3rd base. RaNgeD does. But he's got a few probes he at least transferred back to his natural, right? This base is mining nice and healthily at least. We're gonna transfer all these fronts from our main to the bottom right. So in a few moments, RaNgeD is gonna be very happy with his economy. Whereas, like you mentioned, SPX has these bases, but he's not mining them right now. He's basically not mining at all right now.
RaNgeD did a fantastic job getting that DT to 12, and hopefully he also checks top and left. But these carriers feel unstoppable right now. There's so many carriers, so many interceptors. SPX in a lot of trouble here in game 1 of the final series.
Trickling in these DT is just so taxing for the Terran player. Because he wants to be mining, he wants to set his bases up. And with Goliath 2 against the carriers, and there's GG, RaNgeD gonna take game 1 here on Polestar. But yeah, as I was mentioning, the other thing too is like, you know, he's trying to set up his bases, he's trying to get his scans for his DTs, he's trying to push these other bases with his tanks which have DTs coming out. And then the other thing is your Goliath, when they're fighting carriers, they have to be babysat. You have to A move, or they'll just get AI bugged and they won't be firing.
I'll sign off on all of that. It's a terrible situation for Terran. We have it so much harder. And it's less fun for us because we're making turrets and playing with Goliath, and they're just like flying around carriers.
Yeah. Alright, looks like RaNgeD bans Death Valley. He doesn't want to play that, even though I actually feel like this is a good Protoss map.
Me too. It's such a good PvT map.
But RaNgeD gonna ban that one. SPX gonna be picking Radeon. And yeah, good game from RaNgeD that one. I loved, like I said, I felt like the carrier timing was pretty much perfect. It came at a time where SPX couldn't push as early as he would have wanted to. You know, he was on just that 3 factory, and I think you're right. I think it was, even if he didn't realize it was an extra base or not, he saw the factory count, right? And when you see that factory count, you know you're not getting pushed for a long time. But looks like our players are ready, so we're going to jump into game 2 here on Radeon of RaNgeD versus SPX.
Okay, so we've got cross map spawns again. Okay, we got cross map spawns again with SPX in the bottom right, our blue Taryn?
In the top left, we have RaNgeD and cross-spawn Radeon. This is tough for Terran, kind of by default. The travel distance on Radeon cross-spawn is some of the longest we've had in a very, very long time.
I wonder if we'll see a Nexus first. I mean, a cross map is usually when Protoss will wheel out Nexus first.
Yeah, he should be able to feel it. Most Protoss players just know. Let me put it this way. I feel like I'm never, and maybe this is just bias, right? Is this like confirmation bias? I feel like I'm never playing a near spawn 12 Nexus.
Yeah, it's always cross spawn.
Yeah.
Cross magic. Looks like we're gonna have a gateway.
Yeah, and that gateway positioning looks to me like he wants to be aggressive. Which is actually bad for range then, so this is about the only thing you could do that has potential to put him behind a little bit, is trying to go for these Zealot openers and cross spawn on Radeon.
Yeah, and he's scouting horizontal, so his first Zealot will probably head bottom left, so it won't get there very quickly at all. SPX going for a factory opener.
Yeah.
RaNgeD is on 15 supply without a gas coming down, so it looks like he's gonna be
going multiple Zealot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's gonna go 2 or 3 Zealot here. I don't know the exact difference between 2 and 3. This might actually be 3 Zealot with how late that guy's is, so it's kind of worst case. I expect SPX should have good enough micro that he's gonna be able to get away with this pretty much unscathed. And nice factory timing too as well, 227.
Yeah, very clean build so far from SPX.
Yeah, RaNgeD definitely going to be unhappy that he sees the cross spawn here. SPX is going to miss the Zealot at least, so maybe he can get caught off guard slightly. But I don't expect he'll come too far out with these Marines. I'm sure he'll react quickly. He's going to just stay on the ramp, right? So, and he's going to get up to his 3 Marines. So pretty much everything going as expected for SPX at the moment. And the only thing would be that this factory is actually he did place this factory in a way that would be easy for RaNgeD to deny. But because of the good factory timing as well as the cross spawn distance, it's going to be able to finish in time. RaNgeD did at least not continue Zealot production when he realized the spawn, so that was a good adjustment from him at least.
Very nice control here from SPX, running through his own mineral line and taking out that probe, and this Zealot doesn't have much of a future. It's happy to take down at least 1 Marine.
I can't believe it reached that Marine. little bit of a lunge there from the Zealot.
It's quite a lunge. Alright, so we got 3rd depot, we got a machine shop, gonna see a command center. This feels like a situation where Terran can skip their bunker altogether.
Yeah.
And probably just go into mines and a 2nd vulture.
Yeah, SPX is very late on this command center though, so because he was worried about the constant rally since he got last scout, right? So he ended up going depot, 3rd depot before CC because he wanted to be able to make the extra Marines and vulture if he needed to. So it's actually going to be a situation where range is very far ahead in economy.
Yeah, and that, getting that machine shop before your command center does slow it down pretty significantly.
We're getting 3 probes here though. Oh, 4 even.
Oof. That's huge.
Well, what I said about that eco advantage, not so great right now. And that Dragoon took a lot of damage too on the other side of the map, so it's very low. It's barely more than a tap away from the siege tank.
And we do see the very quick siege tank.
And down it goes.
And there isn't another factory on the way, so there's probably going to be an armory started for Terran. RaNgeD teching into Robo. Still on one gate.
Academy Armory. Is he wanting to go just upgrade style from here?
Yeah,
Kinda
this is
surprised.
still very flexible. Like this could be, double armory upgrade Terran. It can also be like a 6-fact or a 7-fact. I think he may be slightly metagaming. He's thinking, okay, RaNgeD has played a lot of PvTs and he hasn't opened DT yet, so he's building the academy before the armory, just to have a little bit of extra scan energy. It's not much of a cost. On the economy, the scans are pretty helpful for sniping observers and stuff.
I just get so uncomfortable when I go like no eBay for very long. I've died to so many DTs. I'm just like permanently scored.
Yeah, it's a little scary, especially without mines.
Yeah,
That might be
that's
the
what I'm
other reason.
saying. We're so blind here. Like I would never be comfortable here like this as SPX, but he is making the right call for sure in this situation.
Very quick third nexus. Is that off just a single gateway? Maybe
He went 2
two.
gate. Yeah.
Okay.
It is still a little bit greedy though to go 2 gate, and we're not working towards Reaver at the moment. Into this third, so the goon count could be a little bit low if this is another 3 tank from SPX.
Fortunately,
All 4.
I don't think there's going to be pressure from SPX here. Just with the investment into Academy Armory, I think
Yeah.
even when you scout that the third nexus goes down, you without vulture speed and mines, you can't realistically put pressure on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. This is just going to be defensive position from SPX. I talk as if SPX has all the information I have. Where I'm like, oh, I should just push here, right? So RaNgeD is in trouble. But of course, he doesn't actually know what's going on in range base. So it would be pretty ill-advised to go, like you said, directly Armory, Academy, double scanners, and then push.
I like that this game is shaping up into like a very kind of equal footing macro game on both sides. This is kind of what I like to see from two very high level players. So from SPX's standpoint, right now he's frantically checking for observers because he has scans, he has Goliath. Killing observers is like his main priority right now. So he should be checking over his factories, checking outside his natural. Really makes a big difference to pick off those obs.
Yeah. And I know how good you are at it too. I've actually heard people even accuse you of watching the stream before whenever you can find observers so well.
It's just an important thing to do. You got to just check all the locations that they go to. And I think RaNgeD is aware of this. When he saw the goals, he pulled his ops back and he didn't fly over the factories. 3, 4, 5, 6 factory and an eBay. Okay, all things looking good. This could be 3 base play. It's most likely going to be 3 base play, but there are options. You could do a 6-fact timing. You could do 7-fact timing.
Yeah, SPX a little frustrated that he couldn't find any observers to shoot, so he started shooting his own Goliath. Yeah, I like what you mentioned earlier. This is very true. It's kind of indicative of like more of a veteran pro DOS player when it comes to that kind of stuff with the observers. He saw the Goliath, and like you said, he was fully aware of what that meant, so he immediately tucked away his observers, because that's 100% what you're looking for when you do this build. But we have this push out coming from SPX, so we are definitely not playing on the third. He seems to like his 6-facts. Good siege timing as well to not get pounced on there, and even adding this turret way out here.
Yeah, it's similar to what we've seen in his previous games. He likes very stable, slow 6-facts, where he's got all his infrastructure. He's just going to go slowly. He's going to take some space on the map. And this has worked so well for him. It's something he really has gotten down. So I like that he's sticking with what's working.
Immediately gonna snipe another observer. And this is so good by SPX because Protoss in this situation, you want to know when you can go, but when you have to play blind like this, it's so uncomfortable because if you walk into that siege line, you're just gonna die. He wants to go in when he's on siege, but he can't tell when that is.
It is so tough to play blind. So tough.
Great minefield too here on the side as he pushes up this left side. Even gonna find the shuttle, not quite kill it because we don't have Goliath range, but it's so low now that it's kind of unusable. Yeah, I think he just unloaded it, it looks like, down there, because it's so low he just can't even fly in with it anymore.
This push
But
is
SPX getting into this position, this is really hard to break once Karen is set in here.
Ooh, those goons are in trouble. That is a lot of zealots, but the goons are kind of out of position. Flank coming in from the bottom, and that's a lot of Protoss stuff. This fight feels like it might decide the game. I mean, SPX microing very, very well, and the minefield helped him so much that he's going to take it pretty convincingly, and now he can just lay some more mines, reinforce, and kind of do his favorite slow push thing.
Yeah, that minefield on the right side was massive, because I feel like if those guns are able to be a part of that fight, then it's completely different. But he essentially got to do that fight with 8 less goons to worry about as SPX, so all that DPS missing from the goons meant there was just not really anything to kill the tanks and vultures very well. So he was down about 30 supply or so when that fight started. Now we're even on supply, which is always good for Terran.
And that's when you have two players playing like very solid optimized builds, something like that can make all the difference. You know, having 6 goons, you know, being delayed by mines or not being in position, like that's huge. So it's probably a position where RaNgeD is like, I know my build can hold this, but everything has to be checked. Like, he needed an obs to clear those mines a little bit faster. But he's evacuated his probes from his third, which is very important. And he's headed over to that top middle base. SPX.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get this army out of here.
Yeah, it's always a question of like, do you leave the army because it'll fight kind of efficiently, or do you try to take it home, which can be a little risky because you have to be mobile. I usually prefer to leave the army; just feels a little safer. But both are options. Got some deep.
Well, I meant more for RaNgeD, getting his units out of that corner there.
Oh,
he's going to deny this third a little bit, which is kind of nice because at least we're mining on 3 base, but once his third base is up and running from SPX, RaNgeD is definitely going to have to do something. He needs to get more bases or find some sort of serious damage. He does have Templar out with his shuttles, and we might get a similar scrap to the first game we had in Metropolis.
It feels so similar. It really does.
Mm-hmm.
Strong 6-fac, did a bunch of damage. RaNgeD held on and is getting into some storms.
Yeah, is scouting around with his DTs this time, making sure there's no like annoying hidden bases. Might try to man mode through this minefield, but I don't think it's gonna work.
Look, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in StarCraft. It's hard to micro each unit individually perfectly.
I see no Goliath here, so there's potential for Zealot Bombs to get a lot of value here, especially with that mine setup.
I wonder what's in that shuttle. It could be probes. It could be High Templar.
Oh, I think it's a Templar. Yeah, it's the Templar.
Good tank spread from SPX. Good micro. He's pulling back from the storms. He just wants to do some trading as efficiently as he can.
Yep, it looks like RaNgeD not quite going to break this position. This tank up here is sieging those probes, so killing workers. Third base does finish up. Transfer coming down for SPX, and this is looking more and more dire for RaNgeD. He is floating 1,700 minerals, and a little bit unfortunate. I feel like if we had 17 more Zealots here, I would like this a lot more.
Oh, that would be nice. Plus 17 Zealot. Would be nice. SPX just slowly he does this slow machine push thing, and it's really effective. It's like a very simple but very strong game plan. It's not easy to execute. because you have to like pay a lot of attention to the army on the map, just to micro it well, position it well, take good fights, but also do all the normal macro things back at home. You got to defend against drops, get your bases up, get your depots up, get your upgrades going. So it's a high degree of difficulty strategy, but he's very good at it. And he's performing it very well.
Yeah, RaNgeD does break this, but he lost all these probes here at 12 o'clock in the meantime. And I think he's going to run out of steam relatively soon. I mean, he does clean this up. He's got a decent supply left over. We're going to get our transfer here, but I mean, I mentioned before, the issue is we're 3 base total versus 3 base now. Yeah, we're mined out relatively soon here for SPX. I think RaNgeD is already mined out on his main. So just doesn't really have a whole lot of economy to compete.
Agreed. Agree with all of that. Protoss does need to be ahead on bases, and right now he's behind a base, and he's behind 10, 15 supply. This is going to be tough. Uphill battle ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, without a 4th base on the way, I just don't really see it out for RaNgeD anymore. And SPX loves to just do these kind of like slow, methodical, like relatively small army pushes that are just really efficient.
So if you're game planning as a Protoss and you're playing PvT and you think your opponent is going to play like this style, 6-fac, kind of patient, kind of slow, expand behind it, what do you do? How do you counter this as a Protoss?
Well, I think what RaNgeD is doing is fine. He's just not fighting efficiently enough. Right? He let SPX get into kind of the worst spot to start fighting. Like, once they get to that bridge, it's incredibly hard to fight them anymore. And yeah, that was his first engagement, was after SPX had secured the position that he wanted ideally. In the first game, he lost, what, like 4 or 5 Reavers, and I think he got 2 shots total out of all those Reavers. So I don't think what he's doing is wrong. It's just got to be executed a little bit better.
Yep. So he's had the tools to deal with it, but hey, StarCraft is hard. Broodwar is very hard. There's a lot to do for both players. Would you ever try to like sneak in a Nexus first, just to have that extra oomph, a little stronger economy? Ooh.
Yeah, good line drag there to clean up a lot of that. Yeah, I mean, Nexus first is obviously a good build. I don't do it myself, but I know RaNgeD does like to do builds like that, so I could see him mixing it in potentially. He's now played kind of the same game against SPX and lost twice now, so he might be wanting to think of ways to avoid this scenario.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he chooses if this does go the distance to the final game. And okay, RaNgeD GG's.
GG. SPX going to tie this up 1-1, and it's going to come down to the last game of the series here.
I would say that was a very nice, very high-level game for the foreign scene. Just 2 players who played very well, and it came down to small bits of execution. So glad to see it.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that you like to see when the levels are close enough that it's not, some blatant like issues with builds or anything like that. It's just simply an execution problem.
And we'll see how the players are doing if they're ready to just hop into this final game.
Are they going through the map pick ban right now? But yeah, this is exciting. I mean, it's going to come down to this last game, RaNgeD and SPX. I really thought SPX was going to win this group. UltrA surprised me, and now it's coming down to there's a chance he doesn't make it out at all, which would definitely be an upset because a lot of people thought SPX takes first in this group.
Yeah, I think the sentiment was SPX was the group favorite. Turned out to be UltrA. Just came in and showed the highest level of play. going into the final game. It feels like either of them could take it. Maybe SPX is a slight favorite. Like, he's got such a consistent playstyle that's been working very well. But yeah, I'm certainly not counting out RaNgeD. I think he's got good chances, and I'd like to see him advance.
Yeah, I would love to see him be able to get into a mid game where he's a little bit comfortable, right? It feels like every game we've played so far, he's never really. Well, we had one game where he was comfortable, right, and he went straight to carrier. So he needs to just kind of navigate this like early mid game where he's not far behind, where he can play his own style at his own pace, right? Because we saw it in the first time they played Metropolis. He had a bad start. And even this game, he had a bad start, and it's like he can almost sort of hold and stabilize, but just not quite able to pull it off.
Absolutely. And one of the advantages in strategy games of playing a narrow game tree is that you're more comfortable than your opponent is. And I think that's happening in this series, where SPX has a strat that he does, and he does it very well, and he's very comfortable with all the different little permutations that can happen. And RaNgeD feels a little out of his comfort zone, and we can see that by him making a few mistakes.
All right, we're gonna hop into game 3 here, the deciding game on Metropolis of RaNgeD versus SPX. All right, spawning in the top right corner, we have the winner of last game, SPX, tying this series up 1-1.
And in the bottom left, we've got my second favorite foreign Protoss player, RaNgeD. Let's go, buddy.
Who's your favorite Protoss player, Sterling?
Moonrai.
And who's your favorite Terran player?
Also Moonrai.
And what about A rank Zerg?
Ozzy. Maybe that's a little too generous.
I didn't quite reach A rank with Zerg, unfortunately. I stopped at around 2000.
But I think you could have. You could have if you wanted to.
Yeah, the deal was off. He said, and I quote, "That's not what I meant."
It's not. If it's not what he meant, it's not what he meant. We're referring to a little prop bet between Ozzy and Moonrai about achieving A rank, and there was some dispute over terms, so the bet fizzled out.
Yeah.
But coming into this final game, we got a cross map again. Metropolis. It's a pretty swingy map in this matchup. I think RaNgeD is pretty comfortable on this map. I think he'll be happy to see cross map. When you're a Terran player and you like to do 2-base timings, you want the spawns to be vertical or horizontal, just because the rally distance and the rush distance is much longer cross map. It actually makes a pretty big difference to have the longer distance. So if Protoss gets Reavers out and they're slowing your push, it can take like 30 seconds longer to get all the way across the map.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that supply for RaNgeD. Looks like we're not going for an earlier Zealot this time, which is good for him because it is going to be that cross spawn. He did queue up a 14 Zealot. I expect he's going to cancel that once he gets the scout off here.
And it looks like a pretty nice factory timing for Terran.
Yeah, once again, about 227. So SPX hitting those good factory timings. RaNgeD did, in fact, cancel that Zealot as soon as he got the scout, so I do like to see that. This is one of the reasons I kind of like 14 Zealot instead of the earlier Zealots. Like, yes, you can get more pressure if it's close spawn, but if it is cross spawn, you can actually cancel it in time. And he's got 2 on gas, so I think we're going to transition into probably a... Is he actually going to have 17 Nexus? Looks like 17. Okay. Well, this is what he did the first game, where he got his first win against SPX, so going back to what worked for him.
All right. SPX getting the scout here. We're going to have a little probe block on the ramp, get some damage on the SCV, but the SCV gets in, so it sees there's a Nexus. It's going to run away and hide on the map somewhere. And SPX will feel very comfortable to skip his bunker, at least for a while. Just goes immediately into the machine shop and still producing Marines. So that is a very interesting choice that he's going for FD cross map. So he's got a lot of confidence in this build that personally as a Terran I don't believe in, but SPX has been using it very, very well.
Well, it's funny because I actually, you're hitting an FD so much, but I actually started doing FD as well when it was near spawn rangeless expands. But I don't think I would go for a cross spawn. Oh, he's pulling. Okay, we're going for a full on bust. Okay.
Wow. This is bold. I would be, yeah, cross map, full on bust. He's gonna try to build some bunkers, rally some vultures with spider mines, and take out this nexus.
He does not expect this at all. If range gets body blocked by these SCVs, he can actually just die here. I think it's going to be extremely hard to even hold this nexus to begin with.
Gosh, moment of panic for range. He's pulling his probes. He might end up bringing those probes back down the ramp, but he just needs to gather himself and figure out how he wants to defend this. It looks like he is just going to let the nexus go. He's not contesting with probes.
Yeah, I don't think you should try to contest at this point. You can just try to get enough value and retake this eventually. This is very fast mines though from SPX with what he did.
Yeah, very, very fast. Just dropping that machine chop before the first vulture. And super fast mines.
His bunker placement's also super nice because it's allowing him to shoot the goons as they try to come down to wrap around. And he's going to send these vultures in. They're going to die for this, but he's using them just to buy time so that he can guaranteed kill this nexus. And it may even actually kill this goon. Okay. Whew, barely got out of range.
So there is a finished robo. Oh, robotics. So he's probably getting both observatory and robotics. Would you say that this is Terran favored or about equal?
I would call it Terran favored. I'd like to have seen the CC start by now, actually, but I guess he just doesn't have the money for it, so... You know what? I take that back. I'm going to call this even, and SPX's CC is actually going to be slower despite killing the Nexus. Range did not lose any probes, and he has Reaver coming soon, so SPX is actually going to have to be defensive here, and he's not going to have a big lead to show for it.
Yeah, it's interesting, because like it was cross map, so pretty long rush distance.
Oh, that's why we're not expanding. We're re-pushing.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. Did not expect that. I wonder if RaNgeD is going to expect this. He's going into Reaver, which should be good against a follow-up push. I'm feeling good. I feel like we might have our guy making it into the next round.
I don't know. I don't feel the same way. We got these mines already in position. We're very far from our observers. These tanks are going to get down here with siege mode with these mines already set up. So if this Reaver catches these like quickly enough, he might can get some value out of it. But I think this is going to be really, really hard for RaNgeD.
We need snow level Reaver control or something close to it.
Yeah, I'm worried. This is going to be 2 siege tanks with siege mode mine set up.
Those mines could make a huge difference here. So he's going to drop the Reaver.
That's 3 tanks. Oh, we did have 2 zealots with it, so that's nice. Nice Reaver shot there to start. Gonna get 1 tank potentially here. Oh, I hit the vulture, unfortunately. And because we didn't have our observers out yet. Oh no. Oh no.
That's not good.
I think that might actually just do it. Yeah, unfortunately for RaNgeD, losing that Reaver to that mine, it was definitely looking fine until that moment, and now I don't know if he's going to be able to muster enough army to push this back anymore. It's 3 tanks with siege mode.
That was a 7-Eleven big gulp moment.
Yeah, we got reinforcements coming across the map. All right, we're gonna go for it here.
Gonna have to see some very nice targeting from the Reaver. Nice juke. Ooh, only got one Scarab off. This is looking pretty good for SPX.
Yeah, ranged hands in his head. Head in his hands, rather. GG. Definitely feeling very frustrated, but SPX gonna take that with some pretty crazy aggression to punish this 17 Nexus.
Yeah, really decisive play. Well played by SPX. I think that was just an excellent series. Well played by both. Happy to see a Terran advance. And yeah, like excited to see how far he can go in this tournament.
Yeah. I feel like all these losses, I mean, at least 3 of them anyway that I watched with RaNgeD and SPX, it just seems like SPX has had the slightly better control range. Definitely fumbling a little bit, missing a lot of reverse shots and stuff. You know, dropping on top of that mine and not really realizing those mines were there. A lot of potential to win these games, but SPX just, like I said, out controlling a little bit. Good targeting during his pushes, nice, slow, patient pushes, and yeah, just well done by SPX. And we got 2 Terrans getting out of the group. And it was kind of the 2 I expected, just not quite in the order I expected.
Yeah. I mean, two very strong players advanced. I think RaNgeD also had a great showing. I mean, he won 3 games, lost 4, in a very, very tough group.
Yeah, for sure. Hate to see it. Hate to see my boy go out, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I think that's going to do it for me here. Go ahead, what were you about to say?
Just as a quick reminder, there's 2 groups tomorrow, so BSL will be starting 3 hours earlier, and there will be a lot of action. And just want to quickly go through and give some thank yous to some of the people that support BSL and sponsor BSL and let this happen. At the $20 a month level, we've got Scheming Gypsy, Chowsu, Maddenho, Stephen Robertson, KJ, LML, and Nicholas Schuler. At the $30 a month level, Tupocalypse. $50 a month, we have Striker. Very good macro Zerg. $100 a month, My Fleeting Dream. And $200 a month, Andrew, my man, Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, appreciate all the sponsors. And yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. GG.